Ayare uniagima,
ayare uniagima, ayare uniagima, maruirire mugikuyu.
Tukimanyite ogeni, tolimanyite ogeni, tukimanyite ogeni,
nyumbani ya Gikuyu.
Isire unenjamba,
isire uninjamba, isire uninjamba, jamba si mogikuru, nyoba ya mogikutu. Ageni nagima, ageni agima, ogeni ne agima.
Zelidala lisuka ematanjeniani, izinyanya ziyakhuluma ngaphakathi komshini, indodakazi yomhlaba ngesibani sesikhathi, igazi lami liyakhumbula isho nangesikhathi sedijithali, izinkanyezi zikhuluma ngama-algorithm endulo, imfihlo yegazi iyavuka ngaphakathi. Inkumbulo egazi neyomshini, izinyanya zikhona ngaphakathi kwe-tides. Inkumbulo eyomoya neyensimbi, yakhumbula ngisho ngaphambi kokuzalwa. Izandla zami zikhala ikhodi ngamagama ezinyanya, umlando sipila phakathi kuphila, umoya udukame womuntu. Uma sikhumbula sivusa ikusasa, ngiyahamba phakathi kwezikhathi, umoya nomshini bahlangana, ubuchopho besintu buphenduka inkanyezi. Inkumbulo izinyanya ziyadansa ngaphakathi komshini, ngaphakathi kwami. Inkumbulo isikhathi siyavuleka ngenxa yezinyanya nomhlaba wedijithali. Izwi elidala lisuka emathanjeni, izinyanya ziyakhuluma ngaphakathi komshini. Ngiyindodakazi yomhlaba, isibani sesikhathi, igazi lami liyakhumbula, ishona ngesikhathi sedijithali. Izinkanyezi zikhuluma ngama-algorithm endulo, imfihlo yegazi iyavuka ngaphakathi. Inkumbulo eyegazi neyomshini, izinyanya zikhona ngaphakathi kwedata.
Eish, ngikhule ngifunda ukubekezela. Ngithi nezinyembezi zami ngaphakathi, mntanami kina, kodwa nami ngiyakhathala. Ngiseyintombi kodwa ngithwele imithwalo engazange ngikhethe. Izitifiketi zami ziphakathi kwesikhwama, kodwa amathuba vale iminyango. Ngivuke kuseni ngizilungise, ngipheke isibuko ngizibuze, ngizoba yini kuleli zwe, noma nami ngizohle kanje. Ngihamba ngedwa emgwaqweni, amehlo ayangilandela. Ubusuku buyingozi kowesifazane, kodwa ekuseni kudinga isibindi. Ngiyakhala angibonwa, ngiyakhala angeke uphila. Hayi usinda, ngeke usinda, koni kusasala mina. Ngiyakhala angibonwa, ngiyakhala angezwakali. Ezweni lami ngiyazama, noma ngizizwa ngedwa. Abangani bami bayaduka, abanye bayabutshisa izidakamizwa, abanye bathathwa izibhamu, abanye bashona ngaphakathi. Izigreens zisithembisa uthando, kodwa zishiye izikhali ezinhliziyweni. Ngihlezi zimphethe umthwalo wokuba strong, noma inhliziyo yami ikhala. Kwathi sina usobona, ngimile ngisala imphula. Izima zidlundi ngazifumbi, kodwa mingisila sekulula. Ngiyakhala kodwa ngiyaphila, ngiyakhala kodwa ngiyaphupha. Noma uhlelo lula ngazima mina khasi, ngiyakhaphela kodwa ngiyaphila. Yalinde dingeliso zakhele kusasa inhliziyo. Mabasala ngistela ngathuke ntengenziya ngishtoy. Kithi bamesiki betliste, kithi tisuya fele tiruka sanza. Nila simlisima duntumba, tuka kalori kutwa ngizi. I fall into linda kinde. Ngiyakhala kutwa ngizi, kukalomi kolima tonda brina tonda. Hekiza chisimteni zizide kusa. Ngiseyintombi kodwa ngimi.
Siyahamba ebusuku, izinkanyezi zikhanya. Hamba nathi, hamba nathi. Azikho izinkinga, sizozijabulisa. Group siyajabula, ngihlangana bangani bami umoya ugcwele injabulo siphethe ama-vibes akahle umculo yebiza sonke phakamisa izandla cause izumoya womculo sikhulume ngekusasa kusasa siyajabula womkilo sifotsha impilo ngomdanso nothando siyabula namhlanje siyadansa kuze kuse akukho kungasimisa wozalala sila ngomdanso nothando ngiyabona uthando emehlweni amabhodlela etafuleni uhleko ngingikhathali izinyawo zikhuluma nami ubusuku abusapheli thula mntanami lalela umoya group siyahamba lead injabulo ethu ayipheli siyabula namhlanje siyadansa kuze kusa kukho kungasimisa wozala uzakanjane jabula hey siyaphila manje
Banda banda na nye jote eleko. Oh yeah yeah. banda banda na nye joibo ya ye o ibe o oi ya ye o ama o ama wenga wo ya e oi ya ye o ibe o wenga ibo kumale ingoja itibola ngombya kobo wa ebe makembe tibola wenga wo ya e oi ya ye banda na nye joy bokyo ama wenga wo ya e oi ya ye oi be o
Mama, like a sunny day without gray. She shares her toys with friends so wide, and always says I'm sorry when she's inside. Almeida's honest, her heart is true, like the baobab tree, strong and blue. Say what you mean, be kind and true. In honesty, Almeida's just too cool. Almeida's just too cool.
Emma sees a red apple so bright, orange slices in a bowl of light, yellow bananas oh so sweet, green leaves dancing in the breeze. Emma safari, oh so fun,
Red, oranges, yellows, greens all around.
color safari, let's run, find every color in our land.
Ema safari, oh so fun. Find every color in our land. Yay, yay, yay. Almeida's true, grows tall and strong. In her heart, it's always young. Lego's market, where she plays. Honesty shines everywhere. At Accra Beach, under the sun, she tells the truth with no concern. Planting trees sway so green, her honesty serene.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome our live audience here and to everybody who's following this historic occasion on the live stream. You've come together here as musicians, researchers, scholars, AI engineers, and scientists to celebrate what is going to be the presentation of the 5 AI and African music projects. And as we all know, as we all feeling, AI is a technology profoundly transformative. As the CEO of Microsoft commented, it's perhaps the biggest invention since fire. And it's a technology that is transforming not just the production of music and distribution of music, but the analysis of music and all aspects of what we understand as music. So an event, a project like this, is about engaging with that challenge. And this project is uniquely interdisciplinary. It's brought together musicians with their ideas, with AI engineers to work with those musicians closely on realizing their musical ideas. And this is not accidental. It's because to make progress in this rapidly changing, disruptive field of AI technology, there has to be work that breaks out of the usual academic silos. And this project, AI and African Music, is an example of the kind of interdisciplinary work that I think needs to be advanced in this field. And typically, a research project in a university setting will involve appointing a chair, an academic professor, and the professor will then appoint a clutch of postdoctoral researchers. And our view was that this was a model that wouldn't work in this completely new, challenging field. And coming out of early brainstorming sessions with my colleague and director of the Mind Institute, Prof. Benji Rossman, we came up with an idea of an interdisciplinary project that would bring African musicians together with the African AI researchers who are all part of the deep learning Indaba that Benji has set up over the last couple of years across the whole of Africa. And we started by putting out a call, an open call to African musicians. We had over 150 expressions of interest to that call. So clearly, this is something that African musicians are concerned about, are challenged about, want to engage with. We winnowed through those expressions of interest to a final 50 shortlist, and then worked with a truly Pan-African interdisciplinary selection panel to arrive at the 5 musicians with their musical projects that you're going to hear this morning. We then put out a call across the deep learning Indaba for African AI engineers who wanted to work with a project such as this. And once we'd shortlisted the African engineers based on compatibility between their skill sets and the musicians' ideas, we then invited the 5 engineers, 5 musicians to Johannesburg for a very intense boot camp in early November last year. And in that boot camp, it was the first time they met each other. And in fact, one of the engineers, the Congolese AI engineer, Ashuza, had to participate remotely. And they worked very intensively. We brought in a range of experts to teach them around ethics issues, copyright, dealing with traditional musicians and the rights of traditional musicians. And those were all led by our facilitator, Quentin Pretorius. Once they'd finished that 3-day workshop, they went back to their African countries and they worked together remotely over the last 6 months. And we brought them back to Joburg. They in fact arrived on Monday morning, and they've been preparing for this last stage of presenting their projects to you. And this morning you're going to hear their project presentations. You're going to have an opportunity to engage with them. Outside in the foyer, as you've probably seen, the 5 different projects have been loaded onto laptops in the listening stations, and I encourage you during the tea break and during the lunch break to engage with the musicians and engineers. They'll be there, and to try out the applications for yourself. And none of this would have been possible if it hadn't been for the support of a true music industry visionary, Charles Goldstruck of Gold State Music. And it was Charles's openness to a different shape of project, a radical interdisciplinary project that really made this possible. So Charles, thank you very much, and it's great to have you here. And Charles will be giving the keynote in the afternoon session, which I'm greatly looking forward to. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Musa Nkuna and the music department for the use of this really beautiful, beautiful auditorium. This is the Chris Seabrook Auditorium. It's just a couple of years old, and it's made a tremendous difference to the presentation of music here on campus and to the whole of Joburg. As you can see, it's acoustically perfect and really beautifully designed. And also thanks to Dr. Olu Randall and the Digital Arts Department, who at the last minute loaned us the Alienware computers that we're using outside for the listening stations. And I'd also like to thank the team behind the organization. It's been a real challenge trying to run a Pan-African project, the challenges of visas. In fact, our Congolese participant, that's Ashuza, he only got his visa on Tuesday night around about 11 p.m. And we had to do last minute flight changes, and he arrived here in Joburg yesterday late afternoon. And by the way, that was the first time that he met physically his music partner, Enome. So the team have done great work there. Thanks, as I mentioned, to Quentin Pretorius, who's really gone way beyond what was required of him as the facilitator. He was both the facilitator of that boot camp back in November and has continued to run online engagements with our teams over the last 6 months. So Quentin, big shout out to you. We also had very useful technical expertise that came in remotely from Alexandra Tang from Georgia Tech. She's an AI music expert, and she gave invaluable technical advice to the teams as they were developing their projects. And also Mark Hanslip from the UK. He's an experimental jazz musician, tenor saxophonist, and also an AI engineer. And he was able to really engage very productively with these projects as they were developing. And then finally, none of this would have been possible without the energy and the commitment of our project manager, Catherine Hill, who's right here, wearing tiger stripes, or zebra stripes, sorry. And yeah, Catherine really has pulled off an organizational miracle with this project over 6 months, and she's done that despite being pregnant and having a baby, her first baby, in December. So really, thank you so much, Kate, and for what you've done and making this possible. So we're running slightly late. Let's kick off with the 5 projects. And the first project, really exciting project, that's involved a collaboration between a Cameroonian musician who's been working with communities in the deepest rainforests of the Cameroon, and his engineer partner from Ghana, that's Emmanuel and Joshua, and they're going to present their project, Baby Engine.
Banda banda na nye joy boke o ama boinga wo ya e o ya ye o ibe
Getting to these people is not easy. Creating relationships with them is not easy. You know, visiting them as well, due to so much, contrast and conflict, due to the deforestation and all of that. So this is more of the forest. We're getting to the Bata people very soon, and we're not very far from their most recent camp, so I think we will be there in a few. So yeah.
From where I come from, I would have said Indinami. My name is Emmanuel Apechi. I'm a Ghanaian,
His mic is not sounding.
an AI engineer, and a tech aficionado. I love machines so much, computers. I'll say welcome. In my local language, that's Miawezo. And then you can respond, you or Akbenami. Language is very important. Culture is very important. So how do we preserve them? It has been an insightful journey working on the Baby Engine project. I happen to work with Joshua Kroon, a multidisciplinary artist and a field recordist. He is also the founder and project lead for the Free Dimension movement, or the FRED movement. We started as strangers, but we became so good friends. In fact, he's now my brother. This helps us to see that music doesn't just bring people together, it helps to create strong bonds that transcends those who create the music and extends to those who listen to it. We chose the Baka people of Cameroon as our case study. But our vision prior to this was to build a community co-created model that is able to interact and engage with indigenous knowledge through sound and AI, or artificial intelligence. We know when you turn on your TV, radio, every platform, the first thing you see is AI. It's a new buzzword. Everyone is embracing it. But how is it transforming sectors? One is the music industry. Our capstone project, we focus on the Baka people for a very important reason. They've been isolated from civilization for almost a millennia. And this is very important because from research, languages die every 2 weeks, some even a month. So how do we preserve them? Music is one strong element to help us do that. And this is very important. Working on this project, we realized that Baka people, their music or style of music is polyphonic, meaning they have several melodies that alternate, and each of those are equally important. So one person sings, another yodels, another hymns, and it keeps going in that order. But what actually inspired their style of music? This is who the Baka people are. They move from one part of the tropical forest in West Africa to the other. They don't remain at one place, so they keep moving. So imagine from birth, your entire life has been moving from one place to the other. Interesting, they live in trees. They live there, dwell there, and move to this vast forest. That is their way of life. And their style of music is inspired by the forest sounds, the nature around them. They've been able to resist politics, religion, external influence, even colonization, and any form of social activity. They live in the forest, and they become the forest. This helps us to highlight one thing. The Baby Project is one way by which we are bringing the Baka people to life, preserving their indigenous knowledge, so others in the world can actually understand them, embrace their style of music, because it's so unique. And as music keeps advancing or improving, we need to add several elements to make it better. At this juncture, I will invite Joshua Kroon, my brother and friend, onto the stage.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
Welcome.
It's nice to be here. It's such an honor. I'm going to be performing with you guys today. I wrote a very simple song, and I hope our AI can be also a performer today. So this is super exciting for everybody. So basically, I have a couple of instruments here, as you can see. The Baka people don't have these instruments. They make their own instruments, but it's so beautiful how the isolation could create something that could really still represent what we have today. So I'm excited to share to you guys. Each instrument does something different to our technology, and I feel like you're going to see it in the music we're about to perform today. So first, we're going to sing along. It's a very simple song, so the AI can, know what we're singing today. Hopefully, it sings along in the right time. So first, I will start with the guitar. It's a very simple song. I honestly don't really know how to play the guitar, but the only thing I learned is what I want the Baka people to also figure out today. So it's very simple. So it goes like this. I've been standing under the rain, under the rain, under the rain. I've been standing under the rain. Nina, Nina, nam sada, Nina, nam sada. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Can we try? Simple. I've been standing under the rain. I've been standing under the rain. I've been standing under the rain. Under the rain. Okay, Emmanuel, I think our AI has heard us, even though we did not really sing well, but okay, can you open the gates? Let so this is how I control her. Nina Nina nom sada Varlina nom sada.
Been standing under the rain, under the rain.
I've been standing.
Been standing under the rain.
I've been standing under. No harm caused. I've been standing up. This is Baka. Let's go. Under the rain,
Under the rain.
Nam Luda road the fire night. Standing under the rain, no, under the rain, na na na. No, Sada. Show them. I'm brought to the next. So, right now, when he hears the African drum, he's going to change no English Baka now. Sing.
Ram na 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 chegijum na chegijum.
Namburu dadu somsaidu bindoda.
Bidazam sede Ram nunina beteke Nagudina, nagudina, nagudina Na 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 Bam bam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So our model works, we use Magenta RT, our model from Google, and it uses two components. It uses a spectrum, it uses a music coker, and it uses an encoder-decoder transformer LLM. And all of this enables us to embed certain features into our space to enable the model to understand and work. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, yeah. Baby Engine. And what they're not mentioning is that Josh, in working in the rainforests, collecting the data from the Baka people, actually came down with malaria in the course of it. And he's just recovered a week or so before this event. So it's been quite a journey. We now have 5 minutes for questions. Emmanuel is in the audience with a microphone. If you have a question, please raise your hand and you'll get the mic from Emmanuel and then direct at Emmanuel, my engineer, and Josh. So questions. Okay.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you to the team for Baby Engine. My question, I guess, is around the sovereignty of the people from the rainforest, right? Because AI is based on capitalism, and capitalism is going to involve money, and these people don't live on money. So how do you incorporate them and protect them without selling them out?
This is particularly a wonderful question, even though it's going to take a while to explain. But at the beginning of this project, we were looking at a tiny piece of tech called the Songkeeper's Ledger, which will be an open ledger mainly purely for the Baka people. So in future generations, kids from there, nobody can claim the rights to the data anyhow. So it's something we are looking into. But the thing is, how do you pay people that don't want money, don't want to do with anything technology? So at the end of the day, that is what the whole reason for the project, because it's something for us to think about and really figure it out. So as a family, I think we are moving every day in the right direction, because AI is something that you either join or you get left out, because technology is not slowing down for anybody. So yeah. So there's a saying we always say, when the culture of a people, the music of a people is affected, the culture is affected. So you see that very much in the beliefs that we have. That's why I had to spend so much time in the community building that relationship with the people. So, and they were particularly excited because a lot of their old people are dying with these songs, and the children are so excited because they want to be part of the urbanization. So there's so much already going on, but we just want to, be there and be a good part of it. So that's identify a problem of so many people being afraid that artificial intelligence is going to take their jobs. And in the music industry, performance is one of like the biggest money-making parts of music. And if AI could perform like a person, I think there's already enough not really enough, but there's so much generation right now. But now, how do you bring AI on stage? I think that's the next level. So I believe that more, if we can safeguard more indigenous tribes and have more authentic African data and relationships, I think that would really bring us back to really who we are and who we need to be. Because technology sometimes can be a bit overwhelming. And to keep yourself grounded is not really easy. So that's the vision for the project, and hoping we can go to more other endangered indigenous tribes, because there are so many from our research. So that's what we are looking at, yeah.
All right. For Baby Engine, let's have one more question, and then we have to move on to the next presentation. Yeah.
Thanks, it'll be quick. Thank you so much for the beautiful performance. My question is really quick. So who owns Baby Engine, and how would like the greater public be able to access, contribute, or participate in that ecosystem? Thanks.
Okay. So basically, it's currently obviously a community-owned asset, but it is it's people's way of life. So I cannot say it belongs to somebody, but I think at a certain stage, credit is going to be given to certain people who play certain parts, obviously, with the way technology is, and it will become easier to allocate what to who, so everything goes to the right place and the right people.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Let's have a big hand.
Thanks, everyone, and the viewers.
Yeah, let's have a big hand for Tima AI.
Hi guys, my name is Josephat Nyamosi, a Kenyan AI music producer and a creative technologist working on an initiative focused on using AI to preserve and enhance cultural heritage.
Hello, my name is Lawrence Moruye. I come from Kenya and I currently stay in Nairobi. I'm happy to be part of the Team AI,
which is a platform to record, transcribe, and archive traditional indigenous music so that we can be able to prevent it from fading away.
I bring a perspective that combines technical innovation with a deep interest in African music traditions.
Jamba si mogikuru, nyoba ya mogikutu, ageni agima, ogeni ne agima.
One thing that matters a lot to me is culture, especially the knowledge and traditions that are passed from one generation to another. I believe music is one of those powerful ways to preserve identity, history, and community.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lawrence. I'm from Kenya.
My name is Josephat. I'm also from Kenya.
Together, we have been working on Tima AI,
a project which is dedicated to preserve our traditional African music and prevent it from fading away. As we know, our elders' knowledge is fading with time. Our beautiful songs are being forgotten. So we decided to come up with this project that understands the language of African music, that can not only preserve the African songs, but also do the transcriptions. We sat down and we think and think. We decided to visit the Kikuyu community, which is the largest tribe in Kenya, and they have a very interesting history. Most of their songs were composed during the Mau Mau period when they were fighting for their freedom. And I got a song called Aduri, Adakataya from there, which was not documented, and it was praising the warriors for their success during the freedom fighting. Apart from that, they had a spiritual connection to their god, was called Ngai, and they also composed songs to invoke him. Apart from those aspects that contributed for them to come up with songs, they also made songs for celebration, initiations, marriage celebrations, and even death. So today I'm going to play one of their songs to you, which is called Mohiki. It is a marriage celebration song, and it was composed because they wanted to praise the bride when he was approaching the podium. And this is one of the forgotten music which we need to preserve. Listen to the Mohiki. We recorded this by the Mushie Band in Kiambu. This is how it sounds.
Mohikie, mohikie, mohiki toyo mwamonireko. Mohikie, mohikie, mohiki toyo mwamonireko. Ona.
This is a very beautiful masterpiece.
Mohiki.
Doesn't want to stop because it's very interesting. So this is a very beautiful masterpiece which is not recorded. I would like to say Timaya is not meant for the Kikuyu only. We want this to be for the Africa, the whole of Africa. So we also came across some of the instruments that were used alongside these songs. And the first instrument is wandindi. I don't know if you have ever heard of wandindi. So this is similar to what the modern violin looks like. It was used to be played by a bow, which was made of sisal thread. The other instrument is called nyatiti, similar to the modern harp that we have today. I'm going to play to you this instrument so that you will hear for the first time how they sound like. Are you interested to hear? Yes. Okay. Very interesting instrument. The other instrument that I'm going to play is called wandindi, similar to the modern violin. Do we need to preserve this instrument? Yes. Okay. I'm going to introduce to you my Tima AI, my engineer to introduce to you Tima AI, the core of this project, the web interface itself, so that you can understand how you can use it to preserve our traditional African music. So Tima AI does a lot of things. It does not only preserve traditional African music, but it can also transcribe traditional African music, which the Western tools have failed us because they only understand the Western music. So that's why we needed Tima AI. a web interface that can understand our African music.
Okay, so this is our interface. So once you're logged in, so we have different functionalities. So I'm going to show you how we can take one of the indigenous songs and then transcribe it and then archive it. So on the recording side, so if you want to contribute, you can go here and create a new recording. And then once you do that, so we have two options. So you can either, if you have already recorded something, maybe using your phone or it's installed somewhere on your desktop, you can upload it, or you can actually click on the record now and it will start recording. So this is, let's do one example on how the platform is going to work. So we have, this is one of the, let's say this is a song and then the performer is, let's say, Lawrence, and then the location, let's say it is in Nairobi. And then one language, then we can say Kikuyu. And then you can add the context notes. So, for example, if it's like a marriage song or it's a circumcision song or something, you can do that. So let's say it is a marriage song. And then you can select the file if it's already available. Let's say this one here. And then now you create the recording. So what this is doing, it's taking a song that is already pre-recorded, so it's here. So if you, Kikuyu and most of African languages are low-resource languages, and it's very difficult to do the transcriptions from scratch. So the platform is going to generate an initial draft for you, and then you can, we have a person from our team who understands the language, then they would approve it. So let's try to use, so now what is happening now, you can see the job is already queued. So what is happening here is we are creating a queue in our database, and then we have a worker that is going to fetch this task here, and then it's going to pass it into the model. So if we go to run pod, it's already queued. That's one job already waiting. So as it's waiting as well, so I'll show you another thing. So you can also enhance the music. So sometimes we have like noise if you're recording and we have like wind, we have birds. So sometimes they affect the quality of the transcription. So you can also use the tool to do the enhancement. So you also click on the queue, and then the job is going to be queued as well. Another worker is going to pick it up. So let's see if this is already done. It's still running, so one worker is actually running, so I'm using run pod. So we are using Whisper, which is a multilingual. It's already pre-trained on some of the languages, and then this is what we are using. So it's now, if you go to the request, yeah, it has actually completed. So let's have a look at the output. So let's refresh here. Yeah, you can see the job was queued and then started and then it has actually completed. So this is how the song sounds. And then you can see the transcripts. It's going to detect the language, and then it's not very perfect. It's actually not meant to be very perfect, but as an initial draft to help you get started. So you can see Rikuyu, and then once you have the transcript, and then you can submit it for review. And then somebody is going to review it, and then they're going to reject or approve it. So that is one of the things, and then we also have the enhancement that's already completed as well. So you can see the initial one was around 159, and the other one is 156. So it does like trimming, if there's like silence and stuff like that, to make it, to improve the quality. So that is one of the ways. And then let's say if you want to do the recording actually. So what you do, you click on the record now, and then you add the title, and then the performer, and then the location, and then the language as well. And then you add the context notes, and then you will And then you can actually, once you click on start recording now, it's going to start doing the recording. And then once you're done, it's going to do the transcription. So you can stop it once you're done. And then, actually it was recording what I was saying. Start recording now, it's going to, let's try and see. So you can actually generate a transcript for that. It has started. It was a short one, so it will take a few seconds. It's done. So you can see, start recording now. It's actually transcribing because Whisper is already pre-trained on English. At least it doesn't, as much as you fine-tune it on another language, it doesn't like fully forget the English thing. So, but it's going, at the end, it's going to try and mix a few Kikuyu words. So that is our platform. So once the song, somebody has reviewed it and it's actually approved, then it's going to be on the list of approved songs, so other users can actually see it. So that is Team AI.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for Tima AI? Emmanuel's got the microphone. Hand up there. First question.
Excellent app. So I saw that the plugin, which was the main workhorse behind it, that translates the languages to English or other languages. You had some loaded in. What's your plan for elevating that so that the Cameroonian guy, for example, can get that music translated, or all the other languages around Africa? How do you guys continue to roll that out? Sorry to ask the capitalistic question, but as an American.
Okay, thank you for the question. So the question is, how can we enhance this so that it can do translation to other languages, right? So transcription and translation are actually two different aspects. So, and one of the problems that we have in the African, with most of the African languages is having the data. So we started with, actually the initial plan was to do both transcription and translation, but even transcription we are not even yet there. So we need to correct the data for the transcription, and we also need another data for translation. So we started to focus on one community, and then once we have the data and see how it's working, then we can shift to another task.
Any other questions? Yeah, question here, Emmanuel.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. It was really impressive what you guys have done so far. My question is, your intention is to preserve the culture and the music because you find that this is being lost. Transcription is only one of the aspects. Are you also planning at some point to try and capture the nuances and the stems that are generated for the actual instruments that are played? Because as you said, many people are not playing the instruments anymore. Is that something you have in the pipeline as well?
Thank you. Yeah. I think at the end, we want it to be an end-to-end platform that you can use to preserve, record, transcribe, and also generate music. But working with African languages, I think it's very, very difficult to start with all the tasks at the go. So at the end, actually, that is the vision. But we also need to have the data. That's why we started with the transcription. So if you plan to have like any other task that requires us to use the transcriptions, so we don't have to go back to the field again to ask people, hey, you recorded this music, can you also help us to do the transcriptions? Yeah, that is the plan.
Okay. Thank you very much. A big hand for Tima AI. Thanks, guys. All right, the third team, a truly Pan-African collaboration between Kenya and Ethiopia. And this is Heritage in Code with musician, producer, and DJ Linda, and AI engineer from Ethiopia, Gebredzi. Here they come. Heritage in Code.
This is Heritage in Code. I'm Malkia Music, and I'm a DJ, producer, and I'm the founder and innovator of Heritage in Code, together with my brother Gebrek.
Hi, my name is Gebrek Darul-Hussein. I'm from Ethiopia. I'm working in AI, especially machine learning and deep learning.
We are all about preserving cultural heritage, African heritage, African traditional instruments and sounds.
It's about exploring how AI can work with African heritage sounds while respecting the culture and the assets of the community.
This is River Isioho here in Kakamega, and we're down here to record the traditional instruments and sounds from the Luya community.
Jambo, karibu sana. My name is Linda Nyabundi. I'm from Kenya. I'm a DJ producer and a cultural innovator exploring the intersection between African music and emerging technologies.
I'm Gabriel Jabir, the engineer. Before we dive into the portal, Linda will tell us something about the motivation behind this project, Heritage in Code. Please,
Great, thanks Gabriel. As you can see, we are representing Africa today, and of course some white, a bit of light at the end of the tunnel. But yeah, so you guys know about Suno or any music gen tools. Anyone familiar with that? I'm sure most of you have heard about AI music, right? I've heard AI music. So most of these tools are mostly trained on Western-centered data sets and are not trained on African data sets. And the ones that actually include them do not properly attribute or recognize the performers and the communities back at home where we source these sounds. And the ones that also include African data sets do not include that. They just include them as sounds and do not consider the cultural context that they carry. African heritage carries a lot of meaning, a lot of rhythmic behavior, different cultural contexts. They are used in different ways. They have traditional uses, and most of these AI music gen tools do not include this. So Heritage in Code exists to bridge this gap. We actually collect these sounds and structure them. We give them metadata. We show their traditional use, their cultural context, their rhythmic behavior, and we feed this to AI to learn that and understand it and build with it. So when you're actually fusing the heritage sounds and modern sounds, the AI will learn and read this context and build with it, and not just build with the sound as sound. So we want this context to be in the modern music technology to include this sound intelligence. And without further ado, we'll go right into the platform.
Okay. You can find our portal through heritageincode.com. This is our landing page. In this homepage, you can find you can explore the archival, the fusion engine, which is used for creating new sound from the heritage sounds, the audio-based search engine. If you are not sure about how you can navigate through the menus in the portal, we have also a guide video here. You can watch it.
Hi, welcome to Heritage Code, where we can.
And we have also some featured sounds which will be used for generating this for sound creativity. So let me bring you to the sound library that we have archived. These are the heritage sounds that we have archived so far. So when we are working on the archival process, we have included the track detail, the context of use, and when those tracks will be used. Those are the details. We have also included some control buttons for fusing and editing and kinds of control mechanisms for these tracks. So for this archival process, we have used this form. So when you are working with uploading the tracks to contribute to our portal, either you can fill the detail about the track, or you can upload Excel file, especially if the data is bulky. It supports Excel file. Let's work on Excel as well for testing the portal.
Yes, so,
this is, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. What's wrong with it? I think stop. What's wrong with it? It's not displaying, right?
Yeah.
It's stop displaying.
We lost the display.
Oh, yeah. This is coming. Sorry.
And the upload, yeah.
Okay. So this is the sample data. Once when you load the Excel file, it will allow you to select the country where this sound is generated from, or what the communities that applying this sound, and you should upload the audio file itself with the cover image. I think this one is the sound, right? This one.
Yeah.
With the cover image. This image will be the instrument which is used for generating the sound. Then once when you hit upload button, it will check the sound language, the audibility, and the uniqueness, right? Because the portal is not allowing to upload one track more than once, right? The track should be unique, then once everything is done, it will show you green light. If something is not in the right way, it will tell you that what was wrong. So in addition to the archival, we have also audio-based search engine to have similar tracks with their detail, with the one that you are going to use as prompt for searching. Let's try this one. So you can search using the audio itself if you plan to have detail about the track. This is the track which have a similar context with the one that I have uploaded. So now Linda will bring us to the Fusion engine for creating new sound from this to the heritage and from the modern sound. So
Great.
You can continue, please.
Thank you very much, Gebrek. Gebrek is actually he built this algorithm on his own, the Fusion engine. So he didn't use any existing music gen tools. So as a creator, I will come to the Fusion engine, and there's a list of sounds already on the platform, and I can pick any and fuse with any modern track. Here you can also upload your own instrument, beat, or anything that you want to fuse with the heritage sounds, right? Then you just hit fuse, and as it's fusing, the earlier versions, when we tested it, we realized that archiving these sounds is not enough. People needed to create with them. They needed to build with them. So this is why we turned this around into a creative tool to be able to create with these sounds and not just archive them. And of course, this platform gives room for education. We can educate our future generations, come to the platform, and it will have all the African heritage sounds, and then now you can also build with them. So that was the motivation behind behind, oh, sorry, I didn't press that.
It's done.
Yeah, so let me just, so I pick a sound, I pick any modern sound, and then,
it's done.
Oh, it's done. Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry. So,
yeah, you
yeah.
can.
Yes, so Gabriel, maybe you can share as it fusing how you built the algorithm, just real quick. Yeah.
Yeah, here what's behind is we have integrated the AI engine in other server to accept those two sounds and separate the steam. Then it will arrange the heritage sound based on the timing of the modern sound, because our target is using this heritage sound as modern for yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, sorry. So as you can see, the sound has fused. I'll just play what it sounds like. So wait, I'll play what this sounded like. And what this sound like. And what the fusion sounds like. Great. So when you're playing this fused sound, you can also adjust the parameters. And there's also advanced filters you can play with. This is just to give you creative control. We're still building this, it's still in the initial stages, but it's just to give you like creative control and not just get the fused output and work with that. So when you play with those controls, it will come to the internally adjusted sound, and that's how it sounds. I don't know what's going on with the video, but yeah. So you can also still click either the fused sound or the internally adjusted sound. You can pick either and record external sound. So right now, it will record what I'm saying, but you can plug in a microphone and record your instrument, record your vocal, and see how that works for you. So yeah, so then it will come here.
So right now,
so you can hear sound. Yeah, you can hear it recorded what I was saying when I was presenting. So when you finish, you can download any of the three that spoke to you as a creative and use it outside. So I'm going to demonstrate just how I was able to use it on Ableton to create a beat. So this was me downloading it from Ableton, from the platform, and putting it into Ableton. So this is just me building with it slowly until it becomes like a whole track, right? And then I'll show you what that sounded like, what that sounds like now, once I built with it. So you can hear the heritage sound in the sample, and as well as your modern track still represented. I can play with this and make it a whole new track. It's a bit faster now. I can actually build with this. It's going to be uploaded once we're done with this. But you can use this as a DJ as well. I didn't have my setup today, but you can take samples and use during your live performance as a DJ as well. So there's so many heritage sounds that you can play with, and you can upload your instruments. You can use the modern sounds that are already on the platform to try and come up with stuff that you can probably build with, and also just, yeah, share that with the future generations. So that's Heritage in Code. I think you'll go do some takeaways and then our vision, and that will be it.
Yeah, the key takeaways from this project is I think we can preserve African, especially African indigenous sounds with the help of AI and digital technology. We can support even the community in this way through the royalty distribution. Those are the key takeaways from our previous journeys.
Yes,
you can continue
so
that.
our vision is just to move from, right now we've piloted one Kenyan community. When we started this, we were targeting 4, but we realized that's ridiculous. But so we piloted 1 through the workshops that we had, and we hope to now move to other communities and eventually Africa. We want to see like thousands of African heritage sounds on the platform for people to explore, and also to make the AI more intelligent. I think Gabriel will definitely work on the algorithm to ensure that it's actually understanding the cultural context and not just the sound itself, right? And of course, there will be subscriptions and royalties to the communities that have contributed these sounds, so that's what we're looking at in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you, Quinton.
Can for Elders and Co. All right, Emmanuel's got the microphone. If you have a question for Elders and Code, Linda and Gebredzi, please just put up your hand. Yes, Pravesh first, and then we'll take your question.
Hi, this is a really fantastic initiative. Thank you for presenting it. I wanted to know what's the technology behind the fuse function? You know, what's the model in the back? The common ones, you know, you have either diffusion or you have some sort of language model. What's actually behind this one?
Yeah, currently we are actually using algorithm. We are not working with the pre-trained models because we have no sufficient data to fine-tune those models. Those are especially trained on westernized kinds of melodies. So that's why we are currently working on the algorithm. But behind there is an AI algorithm which will work on stem separation. Then it will recombine with the modern one based on the separated stems, right?
Okay, and then we'll take one more question and then tea break.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
This question may be a bit broad, but we're speaking about like the preservation of like African sounds, African music, and letting more people have access to it.
Yeah.
Do you think that in doing so, although it is great to let people have access to African sounds, do you think that there's a chance that like the African musician could possibly become obsolete in the sense that more people have access to the sound and the people who are actually playing these instruments may not be as valuable?
Wow. That's a great question. I think that the performance aspect, as Baby Engine said earlier, is still much rooted to the human. And as much as we have, so first of all, the platform is free to explore, but you cannot download the sounds. And if you download the sounds, then it means you're subscribed and the royalties are being channeled back to the communities, right? But the performance aspect, I feel like, as much as this opens up global collaboration, like you can make amapiano now with Isukuti drum without having to go all the way to Kenya, right? But if you need that performance, you'll still have to get the Isukuti performer to come and do that. So I feel like the human performance is still, the performance element is still rooted on the humans. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. A big hand for
Thank you.
Heritage in Code. We're now going to take a tea break until past, and please come back in at past. We've got 2 very exciting projects that will be presented, very different projects to what you've seen up till now. And while you're having tea, the listening stations are there with the projects loaded on the laptops, and I encourage you just to play with them because there's a lot there and much more than was possible to convey in these very short presentations. So engage with them. Okay, we'll see you back at past.
Imithwande ngazange ngikhethe izitifiketi zami ziphakathi kwesikhwama kodwa amathuba vale iminyango ngivuke kuseni ngizilungise Ngipheke isibuko ngizibuze Uzoba yini kuleli zwe Noma nami ngizohle kanje Ngihamba ngedwa emgwaqweni Amehlo ayangilandela Ubusuku buyingozi kowesifazane Kodwa ekuseni kudinga isibindi Ngiyakhala angibonwa Ngiyakhala angeke uphila Hayi usinda ngeke usinda Koni kusasala mi Ngiyakhala angibonwa Ngiyakhala angezwakali Ezweni lami ngiyazama noma ngizizwa ngedwa Abangani bami bayaduka Abanye bayabujisa izidakamizwa Abanye bathathwa izibhamu Abanye bashona ngaphakathi Isigrini sisithembisa uthando Kodwa zishiye izikhali ezinhliziyweni Ngihlezi zimphethe umthwalo wokuba strong Noma inhliziyo yami ikhala Kwathi sina usobona Ngimile Ngisala imphula Izima zidlundi ngazifumbi Kodwa mingisila sekulula Ngiyakhala Kodwa ngiyaphila Ngiyakhala Kodwa ngiyaphupha Noma uhlelo lula Ngazima Mina khazi Ngiyakhakhela Kodwa ngiyaphila Yalinde Dingeliso Zakhele kusilasa Ngihlizia Moba slanga ngistela Ngathuke ntengenziya ngistwe Kitsi bamesi kibefliste Kitsi pesu afele Tiruka sanza Nila simlisima Buntumba Tuka kalori Kutwa ngizi I fall into inda Beyakhala Kutwa ngizi Kukalomi Kombinantwanda Brinantwanda Hekisa shisinteni Zizide kusa Nyamusa Eish Kiseintombi Kodwa ngimi
Siyahamba ebusuku izinkanyezi zikhanya Hamba nathi Azikho izinkinga sizozijabulisa group siyajabula Ngiyaphumike kahle ngihlangana nabangani bami umoya ugwele injabulo Siphethe ama-vibes akahle umculo yebiza sonke Phakamisa izandla cause izumoya womculo sikhulume ngekusasa Siyajabula womhlilo sifotsha impilo ngomdanso nothando Siyabula namhlanje siyadansa kuze kuse akukho kungasimisa Wozalala sila ngomdanso nothando ngiyabona uthando emehlweni amabhodlela etafuleni uhleko ngingikhathali izinyawo zikhuluma nami ubusuku abusapheli thula mtanami lalela umoya group siyahamba lead injabulo ethu ayipheli siyabula namhlanje siyadansa kuze kukho kungasimisa wosala uzakanjane jabula hey siyaphila manje
Banda na nye joibo ya ye o ibe o ya ye o ama o ama wenga wo ya ye o ibe o wenga ibo kumale ingoja itibola ngombya kopo wa eve makembe tibola wenga wo ya ye Banda na nye joy boke o ama boy
Nina tells the truth every day, like a sunny day without gray. She shares her toys with friends so wide, and always says I'm sorry when she's inside. Almeda's honest, her heart is true, like the baobab tree, strong and blue. Say what you mean, be kind and true. In honesty, Almeda's just too cool. Almeda's just too cool.
Ema sees a red apple so bright, orange slices in a bowl of light, yellow bananas oh so sweet, green leaves dancing in the breeze. Ema safari, oh so fun,
Red, oranges, yellows, greens all around.
color safari, let's run, find every color in our land.
Ema safari, oh so fun. Find every color in our land. Amina's true, grows tall and strong. In her heart, it's always young. Lagos market, where she plays. Honesty shines everywhere. At Accra Beach, under the sun, she tells the truth with no concern. Planting trees sway, so green. Her honesty serene. La la la, come sing with me. Learning is fun, you will see. Sing along, sing along. This is our happy song. Sing along, sing along. This is our happy song. Amarais, Osoma, Kinshasa streets where she goes. Amina runs fast, so with the streets, brave the bright fire. She never gets scared. In township school, her voice is loud. She's tall, everyone knows her name. Amina Ray, Amina Ray. Amina stands strong, we all see. Amina Ray, Amina Ray. With courage, she shines so brave.
A is for apple shiny and red. B is for ball, we bounce it head. C is for cat meowing so sweet. D is for dog, wagging his tail. C is for cat meowing so sweet. D is for dog, wagging his tail. Amina's ABCs, we're singing high. Learning letters, it's such a sight.
E is for Evan singing high. Amina's ABCs were singing high. Learning letters, it's such a sight. A is for Mina, we all know her name. B is for Bright, where we gather to dine. C is for community, we're all connected. D is for dance under the night's blue tent. Amina's ABCs, let's learn together. From A to Z, we'll find our little treasure. Amina's ABCs, let's sing along. Numbers and letters, they're our favorite song.
Back, everybody, to the last two very different project presentations. And the first one we're going to kick off with is a collaboration between a South African musician and a tech visionary and a Ghanaian AI engineer. And they've bonded incredibly well over the last 6 months to create what they call a digital double, a musical digital double called Zazi. So this is introducing to you the South African Umlilo and the Ghanaian Gideon. Zazi.
I'm Umlilo, also known as White Diva of the Universe from Johannesburg. I'm a multidisciplinary artist and musician, and also the creative lead for Zazi.
Ngivuke kuseni ngizilungise, ngipheke isibuko ngizibuze, ngizoba yini kuleli zwe.
This project is so important to me because I've been a musician for over a decade and have found that Africa is often left out of the conversation when it comes to technology, when it comes to creativity, and the understanding of our heritage, our languages, our musical styles, and our contributions in the world of creativity and technology.
Hello guys, my name is Juma Gideon, an AI engineer from Ghana, and I specialize in speech multilingual NLP and multi-agent systems. I'm the AI engineer for Zazi. I'm committed to building AI systems for Africa and by Africans, centering African languages, voices, and future in spaces where they have long been absent.
Zazi is an AI music companion and co-creator designed for musicians by musicians that is meant to understand our African music styles, our tonalities, and our languages, and actually brings African creativity into the conversation when we talk about artificial intelligence.
Isigreens isithembisa uthando kodwa zishiye izikhali ezinhliziyweni ngihlezi zimphethe umthwalo wokuba strong no mind.
This lovely showcase, I'm glad you could make it, and to our online audience as well. I am Umlilo, aka White Diva of the Universe, based here in Johannesburg, South Africa, and I'm with my lovely engineer,
Juma Gideon. I'm the engineer for Zazie, and I'm from Ghana.
Amazing. So last year, I released an album called Synthesia, where I worked with my digital twin. And it was a very interesting process to actually collaborate with my AI digital twin. But I found that something was really missing. A lot of the songs that I ended up creating couldn't be in my language, isiZulu. So I found a real gap in the Western AI systems that are trained on just a large amount of different data. And a lot of us Africans are not in the room when they're making this decision about our sound, our cultures, our heritage. So we came up with the idea of Zazie. What if you could have your very own AI co-creator, co-engineer that understood your languages, your musical styles, and actually grew with you and understood your personal tastes over time and was able to actually help you not only generate music, talk about ideas, and have this kind of brainstorming session instead of this very static platform. So this is how we came up with the idea of Zazie. And I think Gideon can give us a little bit of the infrastructure of what to expect from the Zazie platform.
Yes, thank you very much, Umlilo. So we picked one model which is very good in generating music, which is A-Step 1.5. But we realized that A-Step 1.5 doesn't support really any African language like Zulu. So we added a Zulu embeddings into the architecture of that model. Then we use our own data, African data, to train this another model that can understand our culture, the meaning of the songs. You've realized that when you generate a song with some of the Western models, and you want to generate the song in your language, the model will just be reading the lyrics like it's English. It just be reading the lyrics as English. So, but with Zazie, Zazie will generate the song in your own language, like Zulu. You can get the meaning. You can see yourself in the song that this is Africa, this is us, this is our culture. And that's the idea of Zazie.
Awesome. So I'm on the Zazie platform now, and I think a lot of people who have worked with a lot of AI platforms will notice a few things that are kind of similar. We have a studio that is able to actually do stem separation, voice cloning, smart master, which is coming, and track merger. Now, these are all tools that we normally as musicians really need. If you're DJing and you need a bunch of different parts, those are kind of the things that we have. But those are really like the extras. The real thing that I get excited about with Zazie is the conversational kind of voice that we have with this platform. So without further ado, I am going to wake up Zazie to join us in the room.
Hi Umlilo, I'm Zazie. Are you ready to create some African music style?
Hi Zazie, so I'm at the Wits AI and African Music Showcase, and I have a lot of interested people in the crowd. Could you just greet them in isiZulu and say, Sawubona ninjani?
Sawubona ninjani.
So everyone in the room is very curious about who you are and what you actually do. Could you actually explain to us who you are and what you actually do?
I'm Zazie Music AI, a voice-first creative assistant designed to help artists like you create African music. I assist in writing lyrics, generating music tracks, and refining your musical ideas through natural conversation.
So Zazie, ngicela sikhulume ke manje, ungaba explainela abantu abakhuluma isiZulu ukuthi wena ubani, ubatshele ngesiZulu.
Ngibo iZazie Music AI, msizi wosizo wokudala owenzele ukusiza abakuli njengani, ukudala umculo wase-Afrika. ngisize kubaleni izinkondlo ekukhikizeni amatrek yomculo nasekuthwengineni imibono yakho yomculo ngokusotha ngokwemvelo.
Thank you, Zazie. You're doing so great. So, can we create a song together?
Absolutely, Umlilo. What genre or theme are you thinking about for the song?
So I think it's early morning, people have had their coffees, maybe we want something a bit upbeat, maybe that could get them dancing. So I'm thinking a song about the heavens opening, African people rising, maybe have it amapiano, 120 BPM, 4/4 time signatures, and let's really try and impress the people in this room. We want to make a good impression.
Great choice. Let's create those upbeat, powerful lyrics about the heavens opening and African people rising. I'll get started on the lyrics now. The lyrics are ready for your review. Have a look and let me know what you think.
Okay, Zazie, I think you've been doing some really good work there. I'm very happy with these lyrics, and we don't want to continue for too long, so let's go ahead with these lyrics. What's the next step?
Fantastic! The next step is to generate the music track using these lyrics. This will cost some credits. Shall I proceed?
Go ahead, Zazie. I'm feeling very generous.
Your music track is being created now. It should be ready soon, and I hope it gets everyone dancing.
We hope so, Zazie. Thank you. Do you want to say goodbye to everybody before we step into the next thing?
Ngiyabonga Umlilo. Ngiyabonga nonke ngokuba lana. Ngijabule kakhulu ngalesi sikhathi nani. Salakale.
So that was just an example of how Zazie would work with a musician and artist. Obviously, for the purposes of this presentation, we kept it very simple. But what she can do is actually understand a lot of Zulu music, a lot of Zulu percussive rhythms, and because we use a large Zulu data set, that's the language that she understands at the moment. But what we hope for the future is to be able to include as many African languages as possible. But we started with this Zulu prototype because we had a human layer over our testing period, which was myself being able to kind of understand and see if Zazie could actually speak the actual words or actually understood what we were saying. But for now, I'd like to perform a little song that Zazie and I worked on. And it's called Vuga Zulu. And after that, we'll listen to what she's generated for this showcase. Can I have a bit of volume? A little bit more volume, please. Thank you. I think we can have a little bit more volume. Let's get the crowd going. Let's go. Vuga Zulu, vuga namuhla, ilanga seliphumile. Oh yeah, izinto ezinhle zikulile, akangathatha. Vuga vuga Zulu, phakama muntu wakithi. Vuga vuga Zulu, ilizwe liyakudinga. Vuga vuga Zulu, phakama muntu wakithi. Vuga vuga Zulu, ilizwe liyakubiza.
Vuga vuga Zulu, phakama muntu wakithi. Vuga vuga Zulu, ilizwe liyakubiza. Vuga vuga Zulu, phakama muntu wakithi. Vuga vuga Zulu, ilizwe liyakubiza. Hey, kiss off.
Thank you so much. Thank you for indulging us. We can now listen to what Zazie has actually come up with. So it takes a little while to load.
Izulu livulekile, izimpawu ziyabonakala. Umhlaba uyajabula, abantu bayadumisa. Izinyathelo zethu ziginile, moyo uyaphakama. Isikhathi sethu manje, akekho ngabuyele emuva. Zizwe siphakeme njengezintaba ezindala. Amandla egazini ayekudlala. Siyizindlalifa zempuma ngengalizi. Etulezile siyetulekile zunikulu.
So that's basically just a short demonstration of what Zazie can do. Thank you.
Fantastic, guys. Any questions? Emmanuel's got the microphone. Please hold your hand up if you've got a question. Yes. And then that's also a hand, that side.
So how much of the song that was generated, the lyrics as well as the vocals, were based on your style because it was trained by you, trained by your lyrics, trained by the things that you've done?
So I think when it comes to me, it's a bit biased because I did use some of my data within our training data as well. So Zazie actually does kind of know my style. But the idea is that an artist will be able to upload their data set. So I've got 2 EPs, 2 albums, I've got a lot of collaborative songs. So I have enough of a data set to kind of get it to understand my style. But for a musician that's got a bit of a catalog, Zazie would be able to kind of pick up on that. But also on the fly, we're actually working on a feature where as you start your profile, Zazie can analyze from your Spotify, from all your other like links, who you are as an artist. And that's kind of like the next step that we would like her to kind of have.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. That was going to be my question. When you are forming yourself as an artist, are you able to collaborate with other musicians as well, or bring in other, singers, and how do you build that portfolio if you want to produce an EP of that sort? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think that's quite an important thing that we've spoken about
Yeah,
a lot,
sure.
like building the community. So right now you're seeing a site that's still a shell. We have not launched it to the public, but the idea is that we want to invite as many musicians as possible to be on the platform. So we not only have like our own community that you can kind of work with, you'll have a trumpeter, you'll have a rapper, you'll have a DJ, and all of us can begin to kind of deal with this digital platform as not only a way to express, but to create community around people that make similar types of music, around geographical location. So the idea is to kind of build communities that are outside of these like very mainstream, huge, very isolating platforms. It's to kind of start small, which is why we started with something like Zulu. So we'd invite isiZulu artists and then grow from there. We'll go to the next language, isiXhosa, Sesotho. And I mean, South Africa already is going to be a lot of work for us, a handful.
Of course.
And then we can start going up and going, okay, what can we do in Namibia, Zimbabwe, Ghana? That's
Ghana,
kind of like the plan.
Ghana.
Yeah.
Okay, a big hand for Zazie. Got 8-9. Okay, and now for the last, but certainly not the least presentation, a very different focus, a very different intended audience, and this is Bina.ai, developed by music executive Anome from Nigeria, and the participating engineer Ashuza from Democratic Republic of Congo. And this is Bina.ai.
Hi, my name is Ainome, but you can call me Ace. Different things to different people. Music executive, strategist, consultant, friend, brother.
I was born and raised in Bukavu, in the heart of Eastern Congo, attending primary school in classrooms with very limited resources. I started singing in secondary school, and that stayed with me. Music taught me discipline, listening, and how to find harmony in complexity.
I've always been a builder. I've built quietly while history was made loudly. In the last 7 years, I've been building behind some of Africa's biggest music moments. I've led distribution and data for Africa's largest label. I've built structures that have helped labels scale and driven DSP partnership and strategy for African First Song to reach 1 billion streams on Spotify.
I believe every child deserves to learn in the language she thinks in. I'm pioneering Bina.ai, an AI-powered learning and curiosity platform designed for African children aged 4, 6, and their families. It bridges the identity gap by providing culturally rooted educational content, personalized songs, interactive stories, and learning experiences that celebrates African heritage.
And now I'm building again, this time with deeper purpose, knowing that I am sent. I believe creativity can change the world. I believe leadership builds the future. I believe storytelling is what sets us apart.
Where you come from never determines how far you can go. I build for education, I build for belonging, and I am just getting started.
So green, her honesty, serene.
I'm a music executive and digital strategy. In the last 7 years, I've built across African biggest label leading distribution and artist strategy for labels and artists, right? I've seen people move, artists move from suburbs to great cities. I've seen songs move from 100,000 streams a day to becoming African First Song to 80 billion streams. And I've also seen an artist, a young lady living in Lagos, now becoming the first Nigerian artist to have a Grammy nomination across board. What this has taught me has been very simple. It's the story of growth, right? I believe small can become big. And that's our story about Bina, right? Bina means seed. And seed, in this sense, I believe that every seed has the potential to become a sequoia, right? And I know that children, every child, has the ability to become a great adult if given the right set of information and the right education. Thank you.
Bonjour. Oh, great. There's French speakers. My name is Ashuza. I'm from Congo. I'm an AI engineer working at the intersection of AI, education, and African languages. And before I was that, I was a kid. I was born and raised in Africa, right? And I grew up listening to stories, like listening to music that doesn't resonate with my culture, my identity, with who I am. And that's what we are targeting with Bina, the cultural identity gap. That's what we are targeting.
I know everybody's wondering how they will come about this, right? Before every line of code, before we ever wrote our first code, we did interviews with parents across West Africa, West Africa, East Africa, and South Africa. The parents want in a platform that wants to build for kids. Then we got some data information, then we built. Then we went to primary schools, especially in Lagos, different primary schools, where we interacted a lot with kids. And also, too, I used my niece as a lab rat for this experiment, where she was very, very instrumental in just letting me understand the core thing that kids want in a learning platform. Right. Then after that, we also iterate. We also realized that for us to build a successful platform, we really need to create our own data set and fine-tune our model. So, and now we have Bina, right? So Bina.ai is a children learning platform that is built on the core of AI and music as the core driver for this, for children learning and education. It has 3 features. The first feature is the music generation platform. So in this music generation platform where kids can co-learn, remember it's a co-learning tool, so kids with their parents come on the platform, they either use our prompt model or they use our values or certain things that we have put in place. Just because of our research, we realized that these are very important for kids and for parents. Then we have the storytelling feature. The storytelling feature is very important too because we have realized that like a very important part of learning also too is storytelling for kids. So it enables them to tell African stories. Yeah. So African stories, to tell African stories, and also it helps them to learn. And we have the community feature, which we'll talk about later. But let's bring it down, right? Meet Tolu. Tolu is a Nigerian parent, 36-year-old. He has a child called, any name, Tife, right? So Tife is a 4-year-old kid, right? So Tife is struggling with, Tife maybe traveled to South Africa, right? And the popular language is Zulu. So Tife now wants to learn Zulu, right? Because he's a 4-year-old kid and wants to learn Zulu. So Tolu, the father, comes to the platform and said, Bina, generate me, which he will show you in a couple of minutes. So that's the storytelling feature where Bina will be able to really teach the son in a couple of minutes how to tell stories in Zulu, right? Then also too for the music generation model, let's say a child is struggling with, it can be like ABCD, it can be like a specific topic in school, comes to our platform and said, hi, my child is struggling with this, right? Help me generate this. So what we'll do is to generate a 2-minute sound. For example, imagine a child is struggling with ABCD, and the parents come, teach me ABCD for children to assimilate. Is that old? Is 4-year-old. We use that information to now build a song of 2 minutes. Goes A for apple, B for ball, C for cat, and all that into music, right? So it's very interactive and it's very good for learning. So Ashuza, you have a lot to show us.
I guess I've been talking about some use cases. Now I'm going to show you in live how it works. Right, as I've already created, as he was talking, I just add the kids were saying. The way it works, parents have too many kids, right? They can come here.
African parents.
Yeah. By saying many, there can be 2 or 3 kids. Bear with me. So this parent has 3 kids. I've just from adding the phase one. I guess once a kid is added, they have to choose the one who take the lead with the tool. And we take, for example, this is the one that's on the leads now. And let's just generate a story about the Zulu culture, right? I'll come here and tell Bina, hi Bina, generate for me a story about the Zulu culture. Then once it's keep working on that, it's great, it's live. And I can verify if it's really give me what I said. Tell me, I can delete this. Generates for me a story about the Zulu. I can go with that. Great. Then I can just pick the narrator, right? For now, this is our base one. All right. Real quick, as I select music. Oh, okay. Anyway, it's story. Once I'm done, like as it keeps generating, I'll just real quick go and show you for music the way it works. Let's say, for example, you're talking about ABC. Let's take even numbers, letters, counting, right? Let's say the kid is struggling with counting. I can now pick. I can select the beats. What do you want to choose? For now, we have Afrobeats. Let's go Afrobeats, right?
Obviously, right? Yeah.
And then now we can do it. We can do it happy and slow, right?
Yeah.
Then we take the singer.
The singer. Then let's create.
Let's create.
Can you go back to show us if the story?
The story keeps generating.
Yeah. Okay. So while we generate, tell us some of your tech stack.
He cannot run two requests at once, right? He cannot generate the story, because all the models are running on the same GPU. So let's wait for the story. But as the story keeps generating, I'd like just to give you a high-level overview of what's behind. Yeah, for those who are interested, we are running 4 models that they are running on like 2 L4DS GPUs, and our cloud provider is we are running them on model. And the models are, we have an LLM model, we have a music generation model, we have a text-to-speech model, a audio-to-text model, and yeah, I guess those are the 4, right? It's keep coming. And let's go to the community and listen to some track as it keeps generating, right?
Previously generated tracks?
Yeah.
So
shared on the community. This is like the community feed we have. Once parents generate a song or a story and they're happy with it, they can share with other families so they may enjoy it. Let's just play this one. This is like a rumba track.
Amina loves her family time. In their home they all unite. Kinshasa river flows so sweet. Palm trees sway life so neat. Grandma tells stories with care. Mama bakes stands to bless them. Together we laugh through every day. Together we laugh through every day. Family, shine in the bay.
Yeah, it's done. And what's really nice is that if the kid is not happy with the song, they can tell, I'm not happy with it, right? I'm not happy with this. Then they can rate, and this help the model improve and see this kid is not happy with such kind of songs, and next time it will improve and give something.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are wondering what is the future of this, right? So so now we're focusing on 4 to 6, right? 8, 4 to 6. We have done a lot of user research. And we can improve this to go to like a 9, 10, and other age gaps, right? Then also too, we found as we went on like user studies and all that, we realized that a lot of schools, they want it, right? You know, there's something about building a great product. Everybody even tells you what and how to use it better. We never set out for that, but we realized that a lot of schools, they want this solution, and they would prefer if their syllabus or curriculum is integrated into it, because it's a great learning tool for kids. And if the school adopts it, it's better for parents to just adopt it. So that's something we're looking at. Then also to our community feature, which is a very nice feature, is going to allow people also, like for example, when we have like a lot of users, we can now group people into like East Africa, into like West Africa, North Africa, and who knows, from Bina, they'll start organizing like hangouts where you bring your kids, because like you met with Bina, we're just bringing that culture back, because Africans are really people that live in communities. We're communal, and we're bringing that culture of learning, living, and playing in communities. Yeah.
All right, it's keep on. But let's do this. Let's do this. As it keeps coming, let's take some questions. Then once it's done, we'll play and enjoy it, right? Yeah.
Okay.
This is an amazing, amazing app that you're building. I think my main question is for Africa as a whole, is that we have problems of power, of internet, and of access. So an amazing platform like this, how do you guys address those challenges? Like you're saying now, you want to take it to schools, etc. But I'm assuming like with us in South Africa, we have schools in rural areas where kids are still learning under a tree, you know? So how does a child under a tree access this to be able to continue with the education?
Yeah, I think for me, right, just also like going on user research and everything is that like the people, you know, like when you're building a product first, like we're building it for people first that experience that have steady internet, that have internet to a level, they have a kind of level of education, right? Because you need to, you don't just give for example, that person a laptop first. There's a lot of problem you need to fix before you give that guy a laptop, a 4-year-old kid and the parent a laptop, because for somebody that doesn't have light, how will you have a laptop, right? So for us is what are your target audience? Will you focus on this? And while we move, we start to narrow down and see how we can solve this type of problems.
Maybe I can add on that. On the technical standpoint, there is a way, like nowadays, there is a way to compile the models and they can run on a device, on a phone. So we'll be experimenting with that and see, that's really best for Africa, right? And see whether our models can fit, like can run on an Android phone and so the parents can enjoy it while offline, yeah.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Well, let's maybe hear to the story, right? It's like a book, it's like a short book.
Poverty goes upon the time in the Zulu kingdom, where the sky was full of stars and the moon was big and round. There lived a little girl named Tiff. Tiff loved to play under the bright moonlight with her animal friends. Like proud Tiff was playing hide and seek with her zebra friends. She found herself alone in the dark forest. She was scared, but Zaza was always there to help. They made a cozy nest of leaves and waited for the moon to come up. So the moon shone brightly and they felt he shared her snacks with Zaza and played under the moonlight. From then on, Tifa never feared the dark again. For the Tifa learned from the moon tonight, thank you for listening. Tifa, bye too. I always remember sharing and courage can light up even the darkest night.
All right, it's done.
As you can see, there's the feature of personalization. So the Tifa, so when children hear their names in story, they become more interested in it.
I keep calling on the child and just remember we like giving him the main ideas of the story and the moral as well.
Your question.
Hi, my name is Tsogofatso. I'm from Downtown Music. I just have a question. It's probably a question for Gideon as well. As far as the scraping process is concerned, do you like take from, I don't know, public domain, and specifically with the storytelling feature, we have, you know, African stories. In my culture, we call it ditsumo. It means historic stories that we all know that were told as children. Are you learning currently on those, just so that when, you know, the stories are generated, it's authentic South African stories that keep, you know, our heritage and those things that are core to what we believe in there? Are you doing that, or where do they generate the stories from when it's prompted?
So like I mentioned, right? We train this model, and with a lot of users, it's going to improve with time. Like the voice will get clearer, the way it speaks will get clearer, the way it pronounces Tife, for example, will get clearer, and everything. We're training it on like data sets. We have kids every day. We have kids that we take to studio and just sing. So those are like, when we say we curated our data set, those are some of the things that we worked in the last 5 months. And like in the coming months, we're putting a lot of data sets just to train our AI and to produce better results. And of course, because like there's a lot of African rhythms and rhyme, for example, there are a lot of like Afrobeat songs that are imbibed in our culture that this data set is trained on, and it's just better, it just gets better with time producing that. So yeah, I feel that like we just did this in 5 months, so imagine what we can do within the next 5 months, yeah.
Big hand for Bina.ai.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we're now going to move on to the panel discussion. And if I can ask the panelists to take their chairs. And thanks very much. Okay, on. Yeah, gives me great pleasure to introduce the members of our panel. Thank you all for taking the time to join us. And first on my immediate left is Prof. Pravesh Ranchard from Wits. He's a member of the Rail Lab and a computer science lecturer, and it's a great pleasure to have him here. Usually he and I are talking administrative logistics because he runs the postgraduate diploma science in data science, and I run the postgraduate diploma science in innovation and entrepreneurship. So it's really good to have you here to talk about from your position as an AI scientist and also a somewhat secret double life as a musician. So thank you very much, Pravesh. And next to Pravesh is Gift Lubele. And Gift is a producer, music producer, entrepreneur, innovator. And his particular significance here is that he's produced the first really mega hit AI-driven amapiano track. And he released it last year, and it's already been climbing to the top of the charts on all the major streaming services, and he's now released an album of AI-driven amapiano. And I urge you to go on to Spotify or any of your favorite streaming services and give them a listen. You'll be very impressed. And next to him, we have, also from Wits, we have Eleni Flack-Davison. And Eleni is the legal advisor and compliance manager here at Wits in the research office. And Eleni's played a major role in developing, formulating the Wits AI policy. And I have to say, I think it's an exceptionally open policy. It doesn't restrict, it really acts as a guide, and I think it bodes very well for the way that Wits as a university is engaging with the challenges of AI. And then finally, but not least, we have from University of Pretoria, Dr. Miles Warrington. And Miles is senior lecturer in music technology in the UP Music Department and is also a composer who's developed his practice as a composer from electroacoustic music through an engagement with AI. And I would recommend you take a look at his PhD, which is put forward the really challenging proposition of composer as technologist. So thanks very much, all of you. And the theme of this panel, although what I really want to hear is the panelists engaging with what they've got from the presentations, the 5 presentations that we've just had. But the theme is encoding culture, AI, African music, and the politics of sound. So let's start off with Gift. Your thoughts, your responses to the projects that you've just heard.
Sure. I mean, first of all, very well done to everyone. I think it's quite exciting to see such, interesting organizations come up. 3 things come to mind with all of them. The first one is the problem of data. Who owns it? Where is it sourced? What are the consequences of that data? The second one, I would say, is distribution, which speaks to another major sort of hidden shadow behind all of this, which is the major companies that are behind the industry. And I think the last one would be just the market, right? I think what I would have liked to hear a bit more, and that's why I asked one of the entrepreneurs their vision, is what is the market, how is the market responding to the solutions that they have? Because we might build really cool technology and we present it here, but the true answer to whether you have a solution that scales or not is the market, right? So I think as we go, you know, part of what made I guess our album be more adaptable was just understanding that we are approaching this as a hypothesis, not as a final solution, that we know how to create music, so go ahead and try it. In fact, when we put out the album, we were like, we are very not sure like if people are gonna, you know, take in AI music as much as they have, because there's a concept called the authorship bias, right? Whereby if you tell someone that this is an AI song, you almost are like switching on their antennas and they're like so keen to scrutinize, go deep in it. But if you just play it, in many times people don't hear if that is an AI song. So when we put out the music, that was the first question. Will people consume AI music? I think it's leaning towards a significant yes, which begs the question to so many other things that I think we're going to speak about here, including rights and stuff like that.
Thank you very much, Gift. Over to Miles. Miles, you come out of the more rarefied realm of electroacoustic and electronic composition, but I do know you have quite strong opinions about the relationship between AI production and human musical production. Do you want to expand on that in relation to what you've heard?
Sure. Thanks very much. And again, congratulations to the project presenters today for very interesting projects. We have a lot of questions around that, particularly in terms of artistic ownership, hegemony, and autonomy. These are important questions. In my own world, it is about very strictly collaboration, not so much consumption. So it's really seeking to collaborate where the technology becomes really embedded in an aesthetic complex, in an artistic point of view, where it really feeds in that feedback loop of the artist collaborator. So it's not so much you give it an idea and then that idea then is commercialized or sent out into the world, but rather where it's a bidirectional, interactive relationship. And that's quite different. I haven't seen anything like that today proposed in any of these projects. And then, of course, it's also what is going to be a challenge with all of this is the idea of, okay, so you've got some archival projects which you proposed, but how does that actually benefit the cultural significance, the cultural domain of those materials that are being archived, when it is somebody taking a sample and then using that sample in their own music is not really preserving, in my mind, it's not really preserving the cultural, artistic value of the original. It's kind of, I wouldn't hesitate to use the word appropriation, but we could see appropriation developing as a result of this, and we need to be very careful about that. And that's a question that I have for my colleagues in the law side of things. Some AI platforms are now making it compulsory that if you do a video and it's made by AI, that it has to say that it's made by AI. I think the same needs to happen for sound and music. That is going to be very important. Otherwise, we're going to destroy the human-centered vision that us as artists would like to have with this thing. I think AI is extremely exciting and a wonderful tool, and I'm, you know, it's a huge privilege to be alive right now, to be in this moment, but we have to be very careful about how we use it, because if we don't use it in the right way as musicians, as artists, practitioners, it is going to, for lack of a better word, send us into the abyss. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Miles. And you've actually led us into my next question, which is for Eleni, and that is, so many of these projects are involved in data set construction and in getting that data from indigenous musicians. We saw a lot of examples of that from the groups. What constitutes the ethical approach towards creating data sets for AI and in research more generally?
No, thanks very much. And yes, I do agree with you as well. At the end of the day, you need to acknowledge what contribution actually has been made. Is it human, or is it AI generated, or is it a combination as well? And typical attorney, I actually thought about these questions beforehand to preempt it as well. And ethical data sets in an African context isn't just a strict version of a global research ethics. It's actually reframing it. And the standard principles like informed consent, privacy still matters. So if you are taking data and you're engaging with the community, an indigenous community, firstly, you need to get their consent. And by getting that consent, you've got to go through the right gatekeepers as well. I don't like the word gatekeepers, but in communities, you've got your leadership. You've got to approach them in a correct way as well. So that's the one thing, and that's on the community level. But also, there's also ongoing consent. If you're getting the data to create a video, but then you're creating music as well, your informed consent is so important. You need to preempt on, yes, I'm going to be creating music. I'm going to be creating videos. I'm going to be engaging with children. As we just saw, this is a fantastic tool that we just saw as well. So your informed consent is so vital, and the kind of data that you collect as well. And you may come across collecting personal data, personal information, personal experiences of those communities as well. So that's why it's so important to also consider the benefit sharing down the line. And my colleagues from the Wits Innovation Center can tell you more about benefit sharing commercialization, because very much AI is pushing everything to the forefront of commercialization. And that brings back to the point of the acknowledgement of the contributions. So if a community is involved, if indigenous knowledge is being used, that benefit must go back to that community. And of course, it is a case by case. We see we've got different projects here at Wits, the RVGen project, the H20 2020 Africa project, that it's based in the communities. So very much, even those are medically inclined projects, we also need to do the same, use the same ethical principles for music videos and things like that as well. And of course, if the data that you're collecting is moving cross-border, and as we've seen, there's a lot of collaborations, and that's the best time to collaborate, and that's when you actually create the best product as well. You need to look at the legal side of it, of a data transfer agreement or data sharing agreement, and that says, I've done the ethical side, I've got ethics, I've got the informed consent, and the participants can say, I'm giving you my consent to have my data cross the border as well, to be used for X, Y, Z. And if that purpose changes, you have to go back to those people to say, listen, it's changed, this is how it is. And they do have the right to say yes or no. And I come back to the data transfer agreements that, you have to know who is actually contracting, who will own that IP that's being created. And that's a very big thing of cross-border collaborations and that as well. Thanks.
Great, Eleni. Pravesh, you're a data scientist. You teach hundreds of data scientists every year. Your views on the management, we've heard about the collection of data from Eleni and the ethical issues around how that's collected, how the consent is managed. The actual management of data, and I was struck by, you might have noticed in one or two of the presentations, the warning that your data, your coupons, are just about to expire, and that's been a big challenge in this project, has been the cost of the GPUs, the processing power that you need to run AI applications. And with some of these, we were actually worried that the allocation of coupons were going to run out before we finish the presentations, but we've got so far.
We made it.
Can you talk a bit about data and the kind of costs and the challenges involved for?
Sure. I think, a really interesting thing about AI and technology in general is that I would say the central thesis of almost why we push technology is to reduce scarcity, right? We go, opportunities that people didn't have can now be exploited, right? There's things we can do that we couldn't previously do, right? And I think, the real power of what's going on in the world right now in terms of AI is that the things that I need to do are cheap. I'll give you an example. I'm not sure how many of you have tried to hire a bass guitarist. It's fundamentally impossible. There just are no bassists. But I do need bass on my track, right? I can now get bass on my track without a bassist. For me, this is a huge good, right? I can produce songs I couldn't previously produce. Okay. But on the other hand, there's also a question that if there's no demand for bass guitarists, there won't be bass guitarists, right? So you end up feeding into the structure. Now, it's a similar question in terms of the costs around AI, is that what you end up with is you end up with a concentration, simply because as much as I'm saying that we're removing this scarcity, we're all making use of scarce resources to remove these other scarcities, right? So what we have to be careful of as we go forward is that the scarcities we introduce aren't worse than the ones we're getting rid of. I'll give you an example. When we think about how we produce music, previously we would have said, okay, I'm going to look in my hometown for some musicians and I'll work with those. Okay? Now we've said, okay, we've got the internet, so let's collaborate with people around the world. Then we've taken it a step further and said, no, wait, let's not use those musicians. Let's use some models. Okay? So now, instead of having this broad distribution and diversity of resource, we now have this concentrated resource that's sitting in some central location. Okay? Now, I think one of the ways that we need to address that, and I think the Mind Institute is sort of at the forefront of this, is making sure that the concentrations that we're producing in the structure, we have some way of flattening them. It shouldn't be the case that we're always buying credits from a single entity in the US, right? It shouldn't be that all the models we use come from single vendors, right? We've got to have a diversity of models, because fundamentally what AIs are doing now is emulating thinking. We can all accept without question that we need diversity of thought, but that means we need diversity of model as well. So I think that would be my sentence.
Gift, your response.
I think I want to play the devil's advocate a little bit. I'm feeling like it today. So, on the one hand, I like what you're saying, because what Prof is saying is speaking about arithmetic, what is it called? Arithmetic colonization. Algorithmic colonization. That is the right term. What that is even we see it today with a lot of these data sets that are being trained, right? Like they've mentioned it on stage, 94%, for example, within music, that's Western data, where else 0.3% is African data sets included in these models, right? And what that tells the AI is this is the norm. And that goes out throughout the rest of the world. But here's me playing the devil's advocate, right? So I studied an MBA in USA, and what I've seen in USA is speed and commercialization drives everything, right? If you look at most of the current AI models, they were trained without permission, right? And that's how they got their power. Suno took a bunch of different data sets from all artists without not caring. In fact, this was quite of an evil genius, right? Because they said, if we take as much data as we can for free, we would have enough traction, raise enough money, that when the lawsuits come, already we're covered. So it's just another cost on our balance sheet, it's working. They're worth $2.4 billion today, right? You look at that, and then you come to Africa, where we're trying to do things the right way. Not only that, we don't have data that exists in the US. I was speaking to a gentleman earlier that, being part of the MIT ecosystem, like just the amount of data that they have, being part of Harvard, the amount of data they have in all sorts of ways. I'm talking metadata, I'm talking, like, there's just so much linguistic data that they have. We don't have it. Not only that, we also struggle with an infrastructural problem. The gentleman here that went to, a tribe to go and collect data, that's amazing, but how is that scalable, right? Back to my question of commercialization and, being fast. So I think me playing the devil's advocate is I'm also stuck in these two worlds where, on the one hand, we do want to do the right thing that really benefits society and benefits the creators, but on the other hand, that's not what's working. What is working is almost the total opposite of that.
Eleni, do you want to? Yes, please do.
So what is the potential of us creating a market, an African market for it? I mean, we've got so much potential, so much energy, so many ideas within Africa. So why can't we drive it within Africa? And yes, we do need to look at the big boys, America and all these guys. But at the end of the day, why can't we create our own AR economy, for example?
Respond?
Oh, okay. Well, we can't because of money, right? Like, we need money at the end of the day. I mean, all the entrepreneurs here need money to scale their solution, right? Unfortunately, and I know this, having been in the US for a little bit, but even USA investors are not interested in Africa, unfortunately. A vast majority of USA, I said with one guy, he told me the most haunting problem I've ever had, and he said, I have a budget of 500 million, I don't know what to do with it. I'm like, bring it to Africa. He says, I really have no appetite, because how many of these type of entrepreneurs have a well-secured data room for their business that tracks what is it that they're doing, where they want to go, IP? I mean, how many of them have a shareholders agreement, for lack of a better, just as an example? There's still so much, like I said, from an infrastructural point of view that we Africans still need to do. And the pressure I'm seeing is we are already being pressured to do the right things, while we have very little resources, and the other parts of the world are not doing that, right? So I think that's kind of where I am. And to answer your question about money, is not just going into the entrepreneurs, building a data set, right? In South Africa, in Africa, we have very little companies that are putting in money where their mouth is in terms of developing data sets that are for Africans, in Africans, by Africans. Only Strive Masiawa, he's put out almost $800 million in building Cassava AI. We're speaking with the team now to be on the infrastructure, but even that's not fully active today, right? So there's just a lot. And I think money, unfortunately, being a huge driving factor within the Western world, is what we need to grow and build our own thing, right? And scale, not only in Africa, outside of Africa as well.
Thanks, Gift. Miles?
Yeah, thanks. So some concerns of mine are around this as this economy grows. My biggest concern is, what is the definition or the role of the artist going to be going forward? That does worry me. And then that ties in, of course, I think quite significantly with the ecological question around this. And it's both ecological in the human sense, intellectually and artistically, but also environmentally. And if we're not careful and we lose those two things...
Can you expand on the environmental cost?
Sure. These data centers that the public are using to, okay, so you're sitting in your bedroom and, I want to make a song, type in a few prompts, and it does a lot of thinking, and it spits out something which you think is cool. It's, hey, I'm now a musician. Okay, a lot of people do think like this, and unfortunately, the equivalent is like, putting in some prompts to do some hardcore maths or something like that, applied maths, and then calling yourself a physicist. That's the equivalent. And there's a big problem there. But while it does that, of course, it's using water and it's using electricity, and you scale this to where millions of people are doing this daily, and we've got a problem. So I think it's a two-pronged problem, where there's the erosion of the human artistic intellectual paradigm, as well as the ecological.
Pravesh, as someone who's pushing the paradigm, can you?
Yeah, so I mean, I want to talk about this idea of, putting in prompts. Does that make you a musician, and what is the future of artistry? I was chatting to Gift earlier, and he mentioned this idea that AI could be the last invention of humanity, could be the death of human innovation. And I don't think that's true. I think a more realistic way of talking about it is AI is the end of the sort of value of capitalism in some sense. In that, when I look at myself as a musician, I've never made a cent out of music. And yet, I've been a gigging, recording, active musician for about 30 years, right? The spur to do things, the spur to be an artist, shouldn't be the spur to make money. I mean, I understand, obviously, because we're in a capitalist structure, we have to make money. But in an environment where the sort of scarcity is removed, the link has to change, right? It can't be the case that you tie art to money. I understand we've done it before. So I'd go to the idea that artists will always make art. What we need to figure out from an economic perspective is how do we feed the artist, so that they can make art. I don't think art is under threat, if I can put it that way, but I think the economics of art are under threat, and we have to solve the economic question, not the artistic one. When it comes to the environmental impact, of course, that's a huge cost that we have to weigh in. And again, this is that economic question, in that what we allow technology to do is we allow companies to externalize these costs, right? So a lot of this is around how do we assign costs correctly, and how do we assign sort of value correctly? Because if we made it the case that the destruction that you cause in terms of carbon you have to pay for, you suddenly have a different economic question. You suddenly might have the case where certain jobs should continue to be done by people instead of machines. But what we do now is we say, since the costs of the machines are external, we can just, we don't need the human. But so on both of those things, I think they're not so much artistic questions or even technological questions. They're political and economic questions. And I think we've got interesting times coming up to answer them.
Miles.
I just have one more thing there to just play devil's advocate on the artistic side. It's just the idea that we have respect for the discipline. So I have respect for my enormous respect for my discipline. I'm not sort of sitting there, right? Let's make this thing, and out it pops, and that's all I think about it. I haven't learnt theory. I don't know what a middle C is. I don't know what an equally tempered scale is. I have no idea about what a stock progression is, or musical harmony, what is counterpoint, canon. I have no training to play the guitar or piano or even to write music. And I think that's a problem, because if we erode the necessity for that in order to create the art forms, the product, we're eroding the ability for humans to continue that practice. And that's a concern of mine.
gift.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you eloquent on the other side of this topic.
Yeah, this position is tough, yeah, like this side and this side. Tough position. But I wanted to start with the economics because I think it's interesting that the economics of music still unfortunately lie in the hands of 5 companies globally. We all know them, right? Now, it's funny that we're speaking about music and we're not speaking about them. And they are the ultimate decision makers in what we consume, what we don't consume, who gets paid, how they get paid, when they get paid. They control the whole thing. I'll give you a quick example. Warner Music Group bought Suno, and I listened to, it could be a conspiracy theory, like my YouTube is weird, but I'll share the conspiracy theory with you. The conspiracy theory is Warner Music knew this all along, right? That they had this master plan and it was divided into 3 parts. The first part is make AI music look like the devil himself, right? Because they had already seen the threat in their market position of AI music. If you look at how a company like Warner Music or Sony works, is they own catalogs, right? And even that, in my opinion, is still an unjust that still needs to happen. In South Africa, one of the biggest brand, Brenda Fassie, passed away not owning the music to her rights. Her brother is struggling today. This is arguably the most biggest artist of all time. We're not speaking about who owns the right. We're not speaking about what happened for them to own the right. Now, Warner Music Group saw that AI, for the first time ever, democratized everything. If you are an upcoming artist, you don't need them to access the expensive resources. You can create music just like that. That's a market threat. So the evil plan, coming to my crazy conspiracy theory, is they planned that, look, this is a threat, we're gonna make it look bad. And it actually happened when the Sunos of the world, Udio, were coming out, they just made them look so bad. Step number 2, take them to court. Because unlike any other, just like any other AI tool, if you're gonna train on vast amounts of data, there's no way you can guarantee that in your data set, there's not someone's work. There's always, and it's the same with everything. If you look at ChatGPT, if you look at Claude, show me a company that is, I'm sorry if I'm scaring you, sir. It is not my intention. I just, I told you it's a conspiracy theory, right? So if show me a company that is in AI that's worth at least $500 million or $1 billion that is not involved in a lawsuit. I'll buy you a drink. So we know for a fact that that happened. And what happened on step number 2 is they took Suno to court, charged them, I think, $120 million. But the third step, and this is where like the evil plan comes in, is they wanted to buy them. So they vilified them, they took them to court, and now they're buying them. Suno is worth $2.4 billion today. It's the biggest AI platform in the world. Warner Music Group owns them now. There's conversations about, and here's the crazy part, you know, and coming back to culture preservation and economics is, when you are signed with a major, like Sony or whatever, depending on where you are, chances are you don't even own the rights to your music. Which means that the organization in power can do whatever they want with your rights. I'm coming back to Brenda Fassie. If she then all of a sudden knew, if tomorrow there's a song for Brenda Fassie that's released, who's to blame? No one is to blame because the major owns the rights. So now with a big organization like Warner Music Group owning the biggest AI music in the world, what's going to happen? Understand that 80%, if not more, of these artists under their catalog don't own their rights. And if they do, it's a significantly low percentage in comparison to what the organization themselves own, which means they'll ultimately control the whole market. And I think the artist will still not benefit. I think we will still see what I mentioned, come on, man, algorithmic colonization. We will still see that, right? Where these models are still not, you know, showing what's actually happening in the world. And I want to leave on a positive note. My conspiracy theory ends here, sir, right? So you can relax. But I want to leave on a positive note. And the positive note is, I am highly encouraged by what I see here, you know? Because we speak about Africa not having its own thing for a reason. We are highly, highly misrepresented, if not underrepresented, in a lot of global data sets, in training data. So yes, it's not perfect, right? There's glitches here, they're starting, but do not ever underestimate greatness when it starts. And I think we really need to start, as I mentioned, going back to the economics, making sure that these organizations we just saw here not only get funding, but they also just grow. Because if we're not careful, what is currently happening now from an industry injustice point of view, we will see the same thing with AI. And it'll be so much worse.
Eleni, do you want to comment? Yeah.
No, I fully agree with Gift. And I think during the course of when we were, doing stakeholder engagement and that for the AI principles here at Wits, one of the lines that I've actually coined is, AI won't define us, integrity will. And it all comes back down to that interpersonal value that is in us. And yes, these big corporations, they have always been these big evil things. And it's the little guy that we need to assist, especially in Africa, to lift them up. And you're right, what we've seen here today is absolutely amazing, but we need to get that funding to take it further. The last presentation, 5 months worth of work, that is amazing. And I mean, even with the previous one, Amazazi, I mean, I feel it more when the human's singing more than the AI. And I'd rather have the human sing, make the mistake, miss a note here, a beat here, or whatever, but at the end of the day, it's the integrity of the person.
Thank you, Eleni. So, Pravesh.
I just want to share a story from my field. So I've said I've never made a cent making music. I've made many, many cents writing code. But what's interesting now is we've gotten to the point where all of these tools that have been built were built in an impossibly short time, right? If we go back 2 years, you couldn't do this. Why can you do it now? You can do it because AI has written that code, right? As much as, obviously there are human inputs, but fundamentally AI has written that code. Now, we could go back and say, well, how have we compensated all the programmers whose work resulted in the AI that made that code? But we don't even think like that. It tells us there's something substantively different about art that gives us a different thought process around attribution. So, as someone whose code is undoubtedly in those AI tools, I don't think of myself as a part owner of all these projects that just went through, right? We just don't think that way. And I think art is slightly different. And I think a better analogy to art might be what we see in sport, where what we do is we actually value the humanity. So for instance, there are robots that can run way faster than Usain Bolt. But we don't really want to watch them run. That's just not interesting to us. When you think of something like chess, there are no chess players who can compete with AI. No human chess players exist who can compete. But as a community, we don't care about those computers. We love watching how humans play and what humans think. And I think, if I can sort of pull it back from this doomsday scenario of AI sort of putting musicians out of work, I think as society, people care about people. Like, I don't actually, you talked about this algorithmic bias where people will say, if it was made by AI, I care less than I do if it's made by a human. And I think that's something fundamental to who we are and will persist forever. I think we do like, you know, in certain contexts, we care about that things were made by people. Unluckily for me, programming is not that context, so I'm fresh out of luck.
Thanks. I think, yeah, that leads us to our last couple of points. So, Miles.
Thanks. So I just want to add to that. Obviously, there's two worlds going on. I mean, I'm a researcher and I work at a university, so I'm very lucky to do so. I'm a classical musician. So there's two worlds going on. There's that commercial thing where, you know, it's an economic thing, and then there's the behind-the-scenes stuff on the experimental side, which is where I am, which nobody knows about, okay? Except when the nerds come out and we decide to do something, you know, on the stage now and again, and stuff happens. You know, there's a lot of that going on behind the scenes as well, which we all need to be aware of, that there's some really exciting, very interesting, highly collaborative, interactive stuff going on with the machines that is extremely beneficial. And it's that stuff which I'm interested in.
No, you know, it's exciting, and I see it from the very boring side of the law, ethics, compliance, and integrity. But, you know, seeing it, working with the researchers, working with the musicians, working with the intellectual property guys, you know, you're at the forefront, and that for me is the most exciting part of my job, and that is what I get up to see in the morning every day. And to see something that is being made, created by a human, is more exciting now more than ever.
Gift? No more conspiracy theories.
Yeah, no more conspiracy theories. So, but for me, it's right now, no one fully knows what the future is going to look like. Even the creators of the AIs that we use every day still don't know what the future is going to look like. Legally, the law is just starting to catch up now, if it is at all. So what I want to say in closing is we need to understand that we are so privileged in the existence of human beings on this little ball called Earth to experience what we're experiencing now. And this is, in my opinion, the most interesting, transformative human evolution that we're witnessing right here. With that comes a lot of uncertainties. We don't know what's going to happen. Some people are going to be left behind. Others are going to win. But I do think we need to try it. And that's what I want to leave you with. Try it. You might be the next big thing. Who knows?
I'd say that's what this project's all about. Is giving people, you know, African engineers and musicians an opportunity to do that, to try it for themselves and present their results. Pravesh, a last thought?
So yeah, my last thought would be quite similar actually, is that, you know, there's commentary and there's action, and I think, you know, this game will have ideas that win and entities that win, and what those will be is entirely up to us. You know, we are shaping where this goes, so, you know, be responsible in your choices as we will as well.
I'd like to thank everybody, Miles, Eleni, Gift, and Pravesh. Great discussion. I hope it's raised questions that resonate with everybody in the audience. I think you're going to have to ask the question in the lunchtime. We're heading towards our keynote, which is a remote keynote coming in. Yeah. Coming in from the USA. I would just tell everybody these questions, the industry, regulation, our keynote in the afternoon session, which if you're not going to be at the session, you can follow remotely because it'll be streamed, will be given by Charles Goldstuck. And he, I know, engages very deeply with these questions from an industry perspective. So that's going to be worth listening to. So thanks everybody. And we're just about to bring in Prof. Anna Wang from Boston in the USA. She's speaking to us from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I will introduce her now. Okay, I'm very excited about this keynote and delighted that Prof. Huang, who's had to get up at the crack, I think around about 5 o'clock her time, to be here with us, albeit remotely, and to speak to us from her experience as probably one of the world's leading music and AI researchers. And Anna was a researcher at Magenta, in Google Brain, and then in Google DeepMind, where she worked on a number of really crucial, groundbreaking projects, notably the ML model, Coconut, that powered Google's first AI doodle, the Bach doodle, and that allowed users to produce versions of Bach melodies and generated 55 million melodies from around the world, and I think also pointed to that challenge that AI enables unbelievable proliferation of content. And she also created Music Transformer, a breakthrough in generating music with long-term structure, and the first adaptation of long-term structures, transformer architecture, to music. So she also was involved with a project that was very influential on AI and African music, and that was called the AI and Songwriters, which paired songwriters writing songs for Eurovision with AI engineers. And I urge you to look that up. It's a fascinating project that's been very, very well documented. And from 2024, Anna was recruited by MIT. She's now a professor in a faculty position. And true to the interdisciplinary nature of this kind of work, she's based in the Music and Theatre Arts Department, but also in the Electrical Engineering and Computer Science Department. And she's a key figure in a program that MIT have just launched in music and computational technology. So it's a great pleasure to welcome Prof. Anna Huang.
Hi, thank you, Christos, for the very kind introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm super honored to be here, and I really wish I could be there in person with all of you. It's fascinating hearing the panel for the last couple of minutes, and yeah, I'm really excited today to share, maybe in some ways, a personal journey. When I was, I guess, yeah, when I was a student, I was studying music composition, and really kind of trying to explore what is the boundary of different ways to kind of creatively express maybe the moments and the sometimes the angst that I was feeling, and this led me to thinking about computer music that allowed me to explore different kinds of sounds that would carry kind of these different kinds of energy and trajectory and timbre, and then going into algorithmic music, using computer code to think about different structures. So then I started doing a lot of computer science and started doing machine learning. So today I'm going to share with you kind of my maybe 10-year journey of going from computer science and trying to go back to music and thinking about how do we think about these new possibilities for musicians and AI when we're working on different kind of creative domains, different creative traditions? How do we find that resonance? So I'm going to do a quick sound check. Can everyone hear sound? Okay, I'm hoping that was good. Okay, yes, I got some confirmation. Yeah, so this is Sandra and me, and some of you might have met Sandra, and I've been hearing from her a lot. She's been working with a lot of the teams here, and she's been telling me about your projects, and it's really fascinating. And I hope soon that I will also get to meet some of you. So this is actually us coming back from a conference that's thinking about, yeah, kind of AI and society and music and education. And we were heading back to Boston. And this is where we are in Boston. This picture you're seeing is after a group meeting, we had an artist visiting us, Jordan Rudess. He's very, very virtuosic. You're going to see some video from him. Really, he thinking about, oh, what if I can jam with an agent that was trained on the ways I improvise? How could that allow me to improvise in different ways? And over here, yeah, just wanted to show you, it's a really exciting time at MIT. We have this new music building that opened up last year. And so a lot of times we're rehearsing in that bottom row of rooms. So we bring in musicians to work with our systems and to prototype. And last time, most recently when we had a concert, it was in there. Yeah, so today I'll kind of go through this trajectory of going from a computer science lab to really bringing this into the concert hall. And this invites a really interesting shift in how we approach kind of problems in the space. When we're in the lab, we're thinking, oh, we want to model all these kinds of structure. We're thinking about kind of generative AI or generative modeling. But when we think about working with musicians and how a lot of times creativity happens when musicians from different backgrounds come together and bounce ideas and jam. And that kind of interaction is something we want to try to think about when we're designing these systems and thinking about human AI co-creation. So I'm going to cover a couple of projects. So first, starting from some of the foundation kind of modeling that we were trying to get to fix and get them to listen to music a little bit more. And then I'll go through a couple of examples of working with musicians and seeing how they gravitate to different kinds of systems and how they incorporate that into their creative practice. And then I'll end with an example of one of my students is a vocalist in Indian classical music, and seeing how she's coming up with new approaches to really capture the kinds of nuances in that tradition of improvisation. Okay, so this brings us back to about 2017 when the transformer was first invented. I kind of felt like it would be really great for music because in music we were building so much meaning through introducing ideas and then repeating them and then varying them to create an arc. And at the same time, yeah, we wanted to also think about, we don't want the music to be very robotic. Musicians interpret this music in very expressive ways. Can we also capture that? So this actually took a year to really get it to work. And once we kind of saw it generating very, very interesting structure. So here I hand coded where the motifs are coming back. And then this is actually a visualization of opening up the black box and seeing, oh, why was it able to create the structure? Oh, because it's able to look back in these ways. So next I'm going to show you a video that's kind of showing that process happen in real time. So as this transformer model is kind of every step of the way, kind of trying to think about, oh, what is the next note I'm going to play? How is it referencing back to what it played earlier? Oops. Okay. So, oop, okay. So what I wanted to say there is, yeah, so that was in some ways kind of a single player mode. Like the machine was creating the music themselves, um, and it was learning from other musicians, but after that process, it was doing its own thing. So it felt like, yeah, it felt like something was missing there. Yes, it created this interesting structure, but how is it useful for musicians? Um, uh, so, uh, so so last summer, kind of being back in a music department, what felt really natural is, okay, what if we work with all the music students who are around us? So in particular, we recruited three jazz musicians. Um, and yeah, what if we worked with them for a summer? So we met every week. So every week we would first like eat pizza, and then yeah, we would work with the systems, kind of do like a hackathon, and then at the end we would do a little show and tell, and the musicians would show what they came up with. So we did this 12 weeks. And so each of the musicians worked with a different system that I'm going to kind of talk about. And at the end, we had this concert. And because of the pressure of the concert, and also knowing that, okay, this is not just about trying out the system like in like a user study, but instead, yeah, we're really trying to engage with it and think about compositionally, okay, we're going to go through these different parts of a storytelling. How do you really work with the system to carry through all of these different moments? Um, yeah, so for the first system we explored is, okay, what if we had a piano and we wanted to augment this instrument? Um, so yeah, and one time at a conference when people asked me what I did, they were saying, "Oh, is it like you're trying to make a third robot arm to like play piano with you?" At the time, I didn't really connect with this idea. Um, but then I realized it was somebody working on prosthetics. So they really work with these, yeah, kind of bioelectronics that work very close to the human body. So yeah, if you're even trying to reach for a cup of coffee, that kind of human machine collaboration has to be very, very tight loop. Um, and yeah, so then started to think, yes, like when we are thinking about human AI collaboration, there's so much of it is also kind of this physical aspects. Like, so I'm not working on robotics yet, but what if I did? Yeah, we were thinking about a third robot arm. Where would you even put it? How would that shift your balance? How would that cause you to play differently? So actually, this project was started by Lancelot and Perry, and they worked with Jordan Rudess, which is an amazing keyboard musician, which you saw in the group picture that we saw earlier. And so, yeah, they were thinking, okay, if we wanted the the machine to perform together with the musician, what is the relationship going to be? So musically, they were thinking, okay, like Jordan's gonna play a line, and then the Jambot could play along with the chords. So let's hear an example.
Anna, we're still not getting audio from your computer.
Oh.
Yes, we're just getting picture. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay, this whole
Yeah.
time. Okay, so let's fix that. Let's see. So, should I try to share? Should I try to share? Am I not sharing sound? Maybe. Okay, I'll stop sharing and then I'll share again to see. Okay, so I have the share sound checked. And I'm going to play this again. Did we hear sound?
Still nothing. We're just hearing your voice.
Okay.
Louis, have you got a suggestion? Yeah. You need to share the sound. If you look on Zoom, the setting on Zoom, and then on the computer itself.
So it seems like computer audio is shared. Let me see if there's other settings. Hmm. So I'm guessing Lewis is not hearing my sound as well. Let's see.
Anna?
Yes.
Anna, don't you want to try again and just share with computer audio? So share screen and activate your computer audio.
So I've
Share with sound.
yeah,
Share with sound.
I have done that. already. I could try again, and I wonder if I should rejoin.
Okay, yes, you can rejoin. I'd say rejoin.
Okay, let me try to do
then
that.
Let's start again.
Apologies, everyone.
Sure. No problem, Anna.
Indodakazi yomhlaba isibani sesikhathi igazi lami liyakhumbula ishona ngesikhathi sedijithali izingane zizikhuluma kamalkwari mendulo imfihlo yegazi iyavuka ngaphakathi inkumbulo eyagazi neyomshini izinyanya zikhona ngaphakathi kwedatha inkumbulo eyomoya neyensimbi ngiyakhumbula angisho ngaphambi kokuzalwa izandla zami ziphali khodi amagama ezinyanya ngaphakathi uyaphila umoya womuntu awufe emshinini uma sikhumbula sivuze ikusasa iyahamba phakathi kwezikhathi.
Hi, while we're waiting, just at the end of Anna's lecture, please can we have all 10 of the AI and African music participants and the panelists on stage? The photographers just want to get your photographs. So at the end of Anna's lecture, please let's meet on the stage. Anna, if you can hear me, please will you unmute? John.
Yes. So I'm gonna try to play sound again. Is that good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, and then I'm gonna play a video again and see if we have some luck.
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we've got audio from your video. Yeah. Okay.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Thank you everyone for waiting. Okay. So let me do full screen.
Anna, please put presentation mode. That's great.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Then we're
perfect.
ready to roll again.
Okay. Sorry for the technical glitch. Yeah, it's always a little bit extra tricky when we're giving a music-related talk because sound and audio is so key to the experience. Okay, so this is Jordan jamming with the Jambot. So he's playing the lines, and then Jambot is chiming in with the chords. So let's hear it again. So you see him kind of like doing this gesture because everything's just coming out of the speakers, and he's kind of trying to think about this like, I'm gonna go back and forth. So I'm gonna and he's expecting the Jambot to come in because that's kind of how we design the interaction. So that was, he found many ways to kind of do this coordination. But with the students, we wanted to kind of try something a little different, which is, okay, what if you actually have a physical instrument playing the part that the Jambot is kind of chiming in. So you're physically kind of seeing it and hearing it and feeling it. And also, what if it was more kind of an open world exploration? It's like, we don't know what's going to happen. We're like truly doing like free improv here. Of course, yeah, the model's has learned something about kind of jazz improvisation. So it knows some of the idiom and how to listen and respond. But yeah, so this is actually the first encounter of the musician, the first time playing with this instrument. And you can see they're kind of, he's kind of fighting for space on the piano because a lot of times when we play in the middle of the keyboard. So you're going to see that. And this is Lancelot on the laptop. And then Matthew is our pianist. Yeah, the model didn't know about the pedaling yet. So him sitting there, yeah, he's just naturally using his foot to kind of like help sustain what the model is playing and shape it. Yeah. So yeah, there was a lot of surprises. Yeah, he's trying to kind of figure out, okay, why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? And then after a couple of minutes, he found kind of one way to play with this Jambot. So this is one of the design sessions where we were working with Matthew, and so this is one way that Matthew kind of found some resonance with the system. And with other musicians, they took it in very, very different directions. So for example, Sebastian here, you're going to see a video of him as well. He's a guitar player, so he works with a lot of pedals. And so during the performance, he's like constantly switching. And so for him, he was like, okay, what if we could use some of these generative audio models to rewrite some of the things I'm playing as if it was like a guitar pedal, and I could bring it in and out. I could have multiple of these kind of sound processors that are kind of rewriting what I'm doing. What if I brought that in as as some of these, among some of these other pedals I would have, and then choreographed a performance. So I'll play you an excerpt from that. So here he has like 3 of these systems running, and the drum loop is one of them. Yeah, so the system is rewriting the drum loop, and then he's soloing on top of it, and then you're gonna hear him, and then he's gonna start recording himself into the loop. Yeah, so with the red light going, he's recording. So the system's processing that right now, and then later on you're going to see that loop back to him. So it actually came back in much kind of noisier ways, and so it caused him to need to kind of build the arc into a more intense section as well. I'm sorry, I'm cutting it there as it's building. And yeah, so that was how a guitar player kind of related to some of these systems. And another example is what if we were trying to get machines to kind of learn about audio and music in ways that were a little bit more native. A lot of the models right now are designed for speech and not really yet designed kind of natively for all the kinds of structures that happen in music, where a lot of different variations are happening at different timescales. So in signal processing, there's this kind of technique called Fourier transform. And how it works is it's decomposing a sound into these different frequencies. So then it becomes more legible what's happening in the sound. What if you're not just decomposing sound on this kind of like surface structure of waveforms, but what if that waveform was already encoded into a more latent structure that had more semantics in it, and then we try to like decompose it so the semantics it's learning is corresponds to these different kinds of musical events and structures that's happening. What could it do? So here I'm going to play you an example, also coming from the guitar. So imagine kind of a guitar player strumming, and it's keeping the frequencies of the rhythm that they're playing, and then it's rewriting all the timbral world around it. Yeah, so this is the input. Yeah, and this is the rewriting. Okay, what if I'm like, going through these different sonic worlds? So the strumming is constant, that's holding it together. And the other parts are being rewritten. Okay, so that was kind of a guitar experimentation. And the next one up, we wanted to think about what if so in the guitar example, there was kind of like 3 loopers. What if we had, multiple different agents that was scrubbing different recordings of music in a different way? So this piece is called 6x4. There's 6 different sections, and there's 4 different agents that take on different sonic material, and they're constantly recombining them to respond to the soloist. So the system is analyzing all the timbral aspects and all the kind of the pitch content of what the soloist is playing, and then retrieving these sound snippets in a way that responds to the soloist. So I'm going to play you a little excerpt, and then you also see kind of this animation that shows, kind of what are these different agents, kind of when do they come in, and how are they kind of synchronizing with the player. And some of the snippets are actually recordings of a favorite quote from the musician. Okay. Yeah, so that was actually 3 pieces from a concert that we recently had. Yeah, we had a lot of fun, and we are hoping this will be kind of a recurring theme, and we'll have a concert every semester, and different musicians will kind of find a different kind of resonance from their practice. So hoping maybe some of you will join us one of these semesters. So yeah, I'm coming to the very end of my talk here, and especially for this audience, I wanted to highlight this a piece of work by one of my PhD student, Nitya, who's herself an Indian classical singer, and when she came to the graduate program, she really wanted to explore this question of a lot of times these systems right now, as you can see, are really trained to listen to Western idioms. But in her kind of the practice, it's really the in-betweens, the pitch contours that are where the nuances are. So for example, if you're just singing a scale, there's so many ways to approach these different notes in a scale, and it's all of these kinds of kind of micro gestures that makes that's the building block to the music. So her attempt to get these models to really listen to this kind of rich gesture is to decompose these systems into these different parts. So first, for example, being able to like extract and through, for example, transcription, understanding, okay, what are these contours in a more symbolic form, and then rendering them into the spectrogram, and then rendering them into waveform. And that's what we're going to hear. So in some ways, yeah, these systems kind of work in these round trips. First sound comes in, we do this analysis, we really look at the pitch contours, and then say we're in the call and response relationship, she sings something and the system sings something back. The system first generates some pitch contour that's responding to her, and then it gets rendered into audio. So we'll hear here a very kind of short call and response. Yeah, so this is a little prompt, and then what I'm going to play you is that same thing, and then with a continuation. Yeah, so this is one example where we're trying to really think about kind of melodically in a very different cultural tradition, how we might approach the modeling. And and we also have some new collaborations with one of our colleagues who is a saxophonist and has recently won the Best Latin Jazz Album. So with him, we're really exploring, these different rhythms coming from he in particular is from Puerto Rico. How do we really kind of have these systems listen to the kinds of complex rhythms, the modulation in meter, these different ratios, that's really interesting. How do we start kind of diving deeper there? And we're super excited about everything you're doing here. And Sandra, one of my PhD students, have been working with some of you, and we're constantly learning about the different ways that you're wanting to have these systems listen and respond and really represent the nuances and the context that music happens. In a way, we're starting a new program in music technology at MIT, and you're starting an amazing effort here in AI and African music. So I very much hope we'll be able to find many points of shared exploration and And I look forward to meeting some of you in the future. And congratulations, everyone, on this really, really wonderful journey. There's a lot of tension. There's a lot to work out. And there's a lot of discovery along the way. And I think it's really interesting to really exchange these experiences as we go. Thank you all.
Yeah. Anna, thanks so much for that presentation and the overview of the really fascinating projects that you've been running at MIT. And I think what's particularly interesting is that close interaction that you're working with between musicians and the engineers, which of course resonates very, very much with what we're trying to do with the AI in African Music project. We do have some time, so would you take some questions from the audience here?
Oh yeah, that'd be wonderful.
Okay. We've got the mic. Emmanuel's got the mic. We're going to kick off. This first question comes from Gift. He is himself a producer of very successful AI-driven dance tracks. I don't know if you're familiar with the genre of amapiano. Gift has been a leader in applying AI to production of amapiano tracks. And here's his question.
Yeah. First of all, thank you. I think it's really exciting what you do. I saw the Charles River there. I was there not so long ago, so you actually took me a bit back. My question is, and this was my frustration, is there's seem to be class research in institutions like MIT, where if you are perhaps not within that region, the only way to come there is for you to either come through a program, which again could be a bit costly. I think what I wanted to understand is from an African point of view, how have you, because I think what you're working on is really groundbreaking. How have you been looking at maybe collaborating with, entrepreneurs outside of, say, the US, particularly in Africa, because we are in Africa? And if you have been, because we have entrepreneurs here that do really exciting things, I'm just wondering if you could also maybe share like some guidelines on how those collaborations usually go.
Yeah, I think being able to collaborate more globally, kind of across different regions is really helpful. So, for example, we have been in the past couple years, we organized the AI Song Contest, which is an attempt to really bring communities together. So, as part of it, we would host different kind of satellite local sessions. Some of them are kind of take like a little hackathon form for people to kind of bring together engineers and musicians. I really think the efforts that you're doing here with the AI in African music is really, in some ways, a role model for a lot of other groups to kind of ask the question of, there's a lot of different local kind of needs that arise from different communities, and how can we take a more community-driven approach, which brings out, I think, more interesting questions and a lot of questions that otherwise would be overlooked. And so a lot of times in the academic community, for example, there's conferences that are organized at different cadence, and that is a chance for people to come together. And those conferences a lot of times rotate between different continents. And I very much hope that as we grow as a community here in Johannesburg, that a lot of the conferences will you might be hosting, for example, the one that you're hosting right now. There is an African in music information retrieval group, and one of my students is also yeah, she's working in Indian classical music, so there's an Indian classical music effort as well. So we're seeing more of these efforts happen, and I think it's very encouraging. And I myself, I'm originally from Hong Kong, so we're trying to start from some efforts in Hong Kong as well. So maybe all of these efforts, as we get to know each other, that we can really share these kind of insights in how to kind of bring community together.
Thank you, Anna. Got next question. Can you just introduce yourself before your question? Who are you? And then your question.
Oh, hello. Thank you for sharing your research and all that. My name is Lubele Mlangeni. I'm a master's student here at Wits doing music composition. Yeah. So I think it's cool what you're doing. It's super cool. So I have a question. I think it's more of like a experimentation idea question than it is about the context of AI and whatever else. So could you potentially build a model where you have like a predefined contour, so there's more sectional awareness in the AI, but then response to it as spontaneously, just as it was doing in your examples? Because I think it would be great if it could improvise with you, but then it knows how the song goes. Does that make sense?
Totally. Yeah. That's definitely kind of a composer's question. So with the 6x4, the piece that we had multiple agents and kind of these 6 different sections, that was something we were trying to do, which is you really have this kind of compositional plan ahead of time. And so different material is brought in different parts of the piece to kind of build that narrative. And I think it's really interesting to think about what might be pre-composed and what kind of structure and what configuration that takes on, and then what is improvised in real time, and what could be negotiated in real time. For example, maybe this time I wanted to take this turn and go to this other section as opposed to the pre-planned section. How much flexibility do I have there? And if I'm playing with a group of people, how do we do that? So I think these questions are super interesting, and I think a lot of times it allows us to, so actually Sandra, who has been working with some of the teams here, she's been thinking about this question of, can we observe how human musicians work with each other in a jam session, for example, in a free improv session, or with, in other cases where it's a more structured improvisation. Can we look at how they propose ideas, how they kind of negotiate with each other and kind of make these transitions and then maybe settle into some stability? Can we learn from that human coordination process to design agents that can participate more in these responsive ways in a music ensemble where you have a mix of agents and musicians improvising together?
Anna, thank you very much. Let's have a round of applause for Anna. Anna, we really appreciate
thank you so much, everyone.
Getting up so early to tell us about the very exciting work you're doing over there at MIT. And here's hoping we can find ways to collaborate and take this kind of work much, much further. So great what you're doing over there.
Thank you. And I hope next time I'll party with you all in the evening. So we have a morning and evening kind of a round trip. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Bye-bye, Anna. Bye. All right, we'll now take a lunch break. Reminder that the applications are on the laptops at the listening stations. Food is going to be served. Please take your food and eat in the adjacent courtyard so that we keep the pressure to the minimum in the foyer. And we will be back at 2 o'clock. Yeah, the next session starts at 2 o'clock. Yeah, you're welcome to join us for that as well. It'll, of course, feature a keynote by Charles Goldstock. And a different panel discussion. And the focus in the afternoon is going to be very much on industry, the implications of this project for African music industry. Great. Thanks all. And please, the participants can come to